October 6, 2022 meeting is called to order. Roll call.
Supervisor McGordy.
Here.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Here.
Supervisor Hashak.
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Here.
And Chair Williams.
Here. Can I ask Supervisor Haschek to lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic.
Item 2, public expression and public comment on consent on closed session items 6A, 6B, and 6C. Let's start in room. Try to keep 6 feet of distance as you approach the podium. And those on Zoom can click raise hand or the telephone *9 to get in the queue.
Good morning, Chair Williams, Supervisors, County Council Antle, County Council Curtis, and CEO Antle. I am Julie Beardsley, President of Local SEIU 1021, and now member of the Regional Executive Board of SEIU in Northern California. I want to thank you for all the hard work that you put in over the past 8 months in helping us to negotiate a contract. You know, one of the main roles of government is to provide the infrastructure that allows our community to prosper. And whether it's disease surveillance, marshaling a response to a pandemic, providing law enforcement and keeping deadly drugs out of the community, providing support for the most vulnerable, maintaining our roads, protecting the environment, the government provides this infrastructure that keeps our community and allows our community to become prosperous. The people who make this happen are part of this infrastructure, and I want to thank you for recognizing the hard work that they do. They show up every day and have some of the toughest jobs you can imagine. So thank you again. I want to use this infrastructure going forward to work with your board and to work with the CEO's office to make our county an economic powerhouse. We don't have to be the poor, geographically challenged county that so many people think we are. We have the talent, and we have some of the smartest people that I've ever met, and the most dedicated. So I look forward to working with your board. I'm fighting not just for our members and our bargaining unit, but to make the entire community more prosperous. That rising tide does float all boats. So thank you again. And I look forward to working with you going forward.
Hi, my name is Priscilla Tarver, and I'm with SEIU 2015, and we're in negotiations with the county right now. I have something to say from a member that isn't here. I'm going to read it. My name is Karen Gutierrez. Today I can't see back then. Love to be here joining my team representing IHSS workers, mothers of Mendocino County. As mothers, we are expected to guide our children through life experiences and help them make good choices, educate them, and raise exceptional citizens to our community. My daughter is Kate. She is a post-heart transplant patient. She has an underlying condition called mitochondrial disorder, DNAJC19. I am not allowed to work because I have to stay home with her full time. And when I say I'm not allowed by the county. That's the mandate that I have to be able to care for her. This disorder comes with deteriorating health. She is diagnosed with mild vision loss, mild hearing loss, ataxia, cerebral palsy, ADHD, PTSD, due to the medical trauma, depression, intellectual disability, and more. Kate has a G-tube for nutrition, a port for frequent blood draws and infusions, braces for legs, foot stability, support, hearing aids, glasses, and more. All of her medical teams are located in Palo Alto at Lucille Packard Children's Hospital, Stanford. She has cardiologists, neurologists, genetics, GIs, nutritionists, dentists, complex care teams, rehabs, doctors of all sorts, orthopedics, ophthalmologists, audiologists, therapists, and more. I can continue going on with the list, but I would keep us here all day. I am not here today because I am home with her. She is at home now on hospital stay for the next 4 months because she cannot be in school during flu season. Can you imagine a day in my life as a mother or a caregiver? And at this time, $16 an hour is not a fair wage considering the amount of work I do. I have to be on call 24/7. Only my husband is allowed to work. And not only is he allowed to work, he's mandated to work. And so in order for her to get the care through me that she needs, this is a joke at $16. Do you expect $16 value of care to be reciprocated to our children or seniors living with disabilities? Please, I make more making burgers, which is true. I'm just going to insert, I went to In-N-Out for the very first time with a client, and there's a big sign on that building that says $17.50 to start and up to $20.50. So please, it's time for caregivers to be taken seriously. Our hard work deserves an adjusted pay rate. I don't know how much time I have left, but I had something to say of my own, and that is I also have someone living in my home that's 24/7, and I only get 4 hours a day, 4 days a week for him through the VA. The rest of the time, if I have to go somewhere, I have to take him everywhere I go. This man has accidents in our car. We have to keep him in Depends. He has to have pads on the seats. It's horrible where we have to take, I can't do things sometimes because I can't take him anywhere. So caregiving is not, just going home, hi honey, I'm home kind of thing. It's a 24-hour experience if you have someone in your home, and if not, then when you're going to a job, you don't know what to expect. You're playing therapist, you're playing family negotiator because some families are so dysfunctional. Just in order for you to be able to do your job, there has to be some communication. To do this job, it takes your heart, it takes your physical stability and your mental stability. And so we just want to be recognized as a serious profession. That's what it is. And I've been up here before. Some of you are still here that I was up here in front of before. You know that we came in diapers, we're going out in diapers. Somebody's going to be taking care of you at some point. You're going to want that person to like to do their job. And if they get paid well enough, they're going to like to come to work and take care of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Beverly Galton. I was here last time. I've been a caregiver for approximately 20 years. I have worked for IHSS for approximately 10 years. Most of my clients have been dementia Alzheimer's clients. You never know what to expect from dementia Alzheimer's clients because they can't communicate. And the stages that come overnight. I enjoy my work very much, and I would love to be getting better compensation for it. We are underpaid, and we are emotionally and physically abused. A lot of fast food employees get more than I get per hour, which is sad. You can get food poisoning in a fast food restaurant. We save people's lives on people. And our dementia clients are totally dependent on us. And I'm going to just interject something. A few years ago, I was asked by APS to take care of somebody in my home. I live in a single-wide mobile home. It's not set up for more than one person. And I got full hours, and at that time, I think it was 285 hours a month. Not enough when you're doing 24 hours a day. I could get out of the house for 2 hours, and that was it. One day I came home, I was gone just a little longer, and it turns out my neighbors who didn't know I was taking care of somebody let her out. Thank God he didn't let her dog out, but let her out, and she walked in the trailer park and fell on the speed bumps. I learned after that I'm not leaving her alone. And I couldn't get respite care because just because. And I could be in their place. I'm of an age where I will probably be needing to take care of, and there's nobody there. and I refuse to go to a nursing home. Bye.
Good morning, everyone. Cesar Alvarado with SEIU 2015. Congratulations on that 1021 contract. And I hope you guys are not tired to see purple because we're just starting. We are at SEIU 2015. We're the union that represents more or less 1,500 caregivers. These 1,500 caregivers take care about 1,900 elderly and the disabled in Mendocino County. This is the job that nobody wants to do. You know, this is a job that it's people that do this job do it because they want to do it, because it's from the heart. It's not because they pay. And what we're trying to do with this contract that you guys are going to look at it later today is to improve the lives of those individuals that are taking care of the elderly and the disabled. I have some materials that I would like to give you. I have about 7 copies, and 1 copy for each board member, and maybe 1 copy for the council, and 1 copy for the chief executive officer. So this is a study that we did, how is possible to give increase in wages to caregivers. I mean, the program is designed that way the county only pays 16% on the dollar. So in that document, there's different scenarios on how it's possible for the county to invest. This is an investment in the community, right? And the people. Again, we're going to be coming back to explain more about the program, but this document, like I said, it shows you what that is possible, right, to invest. Again, it's only $16 on the dollar that the county is responsible. The 50% comes from the federal, and the 36% comes from the state. So let's not leave money at the table. Let's take an opportunity to use these funds and invest in the community. You know, caregivers are not going to spend that money in Las Vegas. This money is going to stay here in Mendocino County. Again, you know, you heard some of these stories. They are the ones that they take care of the elderly and the disabled in this community. So let's do good on these people. Thank you.
Mr. Alvarado?
Yes.
I have a question.
Sure.
Through the chair. That I totally agree that people who are doing this work are doing it from the heart. But
Yes.
certainly, you know, they want to be compensated something that's realistic. And my understanding is that not all of the hours that are allocated by the state are being used because we can't get enough workers to fill those slots. Is that correct?
Yes, and it's in the document that I just showed you. I think it's 16%. I don't recall, but in the document that I just gave you, it shows you how many hours actually are not used because the county cannot find providers.
So when those hours aren't used, how does that affect the community?
It's literally millions of dollars or thousands of dollars that are not used in this community.
But I
Yes.
also assume that people who need the service aren't getting the service.
Exactly. I'm every week with the county when they do orientations for people who wants to do this job, and they are asking people to ask others to show up to do this job. But like somebody mentioned, you know, you can make more money in and out, and so it's sad. It's sad. So that contract that we just that you guys going to be looking at it today is a way to improve that situation.
And when these hours, like how does Mendocino County with 16% unused hours, you know, how does that compare to other counties in the state?
It's very high. We are one of the highest counties on unused hours. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Online, we have Pam Winstead.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Pam Linstead speaking to you today as an Albion Little River Fire Protection Board member, as well as a member of the Mendocino County Association of Fire Districts. The issues I'll be addressing today not only affect Albion Little River Fire Protection District, but all of our local fire county agencies. Purpose of my call is to encourage your continued support in improving the capability and effectiveness of our local volunteer government fire, medical, and rescue response agencies. First, I would like to thank you very much for your continued participation in the Ad Hoc Fire EMS Committee, as well as thank you for supporting Measure P. That said, while the additional funding of an estimated $110,000 to our district is a critical addition to our annual budget, it does not address our budget shortfalls when planning for ongoing maintenance and repair and upkeep of our infrastructure and equipment. Several years ago, your board identified there's a roughly $3 to $10 million unmet financial need, which is true today, and costs continue to rise. There are many pressing issues, and I'll just mention a few this morning. Not only is a budget shortfall problematic, but personnel shortfalls are prevalent throughout our fire districts. Volunteerism is at an all-time low. Training and minimum standards are at an all-time high. Recruiting and retaining members is a countywide challenge. Our fire districts are facing increased call volumes, and with fewer people responding, we are seeing increasing stress on our local volunteer firefighters. Contributing to the reduction in the number of volunteer firefighters is the lack of affordable housing and job opportunities within our districts. Many fire districts are considering some form of payment to ensure personnel are available for emergency response, whether it's using a stipend or incentive plan or a formalized shift program. Lack of radio transmission is an ongoing issue for the entire coast. Recently, I learned that the county has the ability to fund a repeater in Casper. Improved communication would greatly improve emergency response capabilities and safety for our firefighters for the entire coast. I urge you to work on this issue. Thank you for your time and continued support.
Dr. Andy Corin.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. Good morning, Chair Williams, other board members, and CEO Darcy Antle. I'd like to give a update on the status of infectious diseases now in Mendocino County. Mpox, now the proper name, seems to be controlled and decreasing. Vaccines are available. Ebola virus is contained within Uganda, but because of its virulence, the WHO has declared it an emergency, and the CDC is funneling all arrivals from Uganda for screening through 4 U.S. airports. All providers should be asking all patients with infections about recent travel histories to Uganda. There's been no activity here in Mendocino County. Moving on to respiratory illnesses, the RSV virus and influenza viruses struck 3 to 4 weeks early and stressed our emergency rooms and caused very high absentee rates in schools, businesses, and our healthcare facilities. At one point, we had boarders waiting in the emergency room, and one child had to be transferred out of the state for care since none was available locally or regionally. However, statewide and probably in Northern California, RSV seems to be receding. But influenza has now become the major threat this year, and in Mendocino County, COVID cases are rising with 5.3 per 100,000 cases per day, and hospitalizations were up to 9 last Friday, down to 6 on Monday, and averaging 6 in the hospital each day. It is the convergence of this triple-demic that is stressing hospitals, clinics, driving absences in schools and work. Thankfully, we have seen no change yet in the 136 confirmed COVID deaths. While influenza is now the main cause of outpatient illness and hospitalizations, COVID is predicted to surge in 2 to 4 weeks from now, peaking in late December, early January. Models show a surge this year in hospitalizations, which may be a little less than last year. However, comparisons are difficult due to less testing, less people using masks, waning immunity, and less vaccine and booster rates, despite their availability. Healthcare workers have been burned out, and few replacements are available locally or from state or federal resources. To maximize communication and coordination, the Department of Public Health has begun meeting with our area partners, clinics, hospitals, and schools on a regular basis. We're informing people how to care for respiratory illnesses at home and to recognize danger signs for which to seek a provider or emergency room visit. We do have some good news. Testing for both COVID and influenza is available, as are very effective free treatments for those who come early after positive COVID tests or with influenza. These treatments shorten the duration, decrease the risk of transmission, severe symptoms, and long COVID. While some fear rebound may occur after COVID treatments, research has shown that rebound actually occurs significantly more in the untreated. For our community to enjoy traditional holiday gatherings safely, our department is strongly encouraging everyone over 6 months old to get the COVID vaccine and the new bivalent booster if they're eligible, which is much more effective against the circulating variants, and also to get the current influenza vaccine. All of these are free. Clinics and the county are offering vaccines with expanded hours, and pharmacies are another source of these vaccines. Some have questioned whether the vaccines or masks decrease immune responses. Research does not show any significant long-term harm from these immunizations. In fact, the opposite is true. The immune system is actually stimulated by vaccines to make antibodies, and when the threat is gone, the antibody templates are stored for later attacks. Vaccines prime the immune system and strengthen it. Unvaccinated people have multiple times the risk of hospitalization and death from COVID. The new boosters build immunity to the new COVID variants that are circulating. Masks are a tried and true history of prevention against infections. Since our community risk level worsened last week, I strongly recommend masking now in all indoor public spaces. Yes, they are uncomfortable, but not nearly as uncomfortable as a hospital bed or a ventilator, or even caring for yourself for weeks at home. Public offices, schools, and businesses should consider requiring indoor masks to avoid absences and outbreaks that crippled our economy and our activity in the last 2 years. Tests before parties and gatherings, and when sick, avoid work, school, meetings, or other parties. Be more cautious if you're caring for a vulnerable elder or small child, and use masks for their sake. Finally, these precautions, plus social distancing, frequent hand washing, covering coughs, are simple ways for all of us to ensure happy holiday season. Sorry this took a little bit longer, but I will be here if there are any further questions. And again, happy holidays to everyone.
Any questions for Dr. Horn?
I have one, Ted. So, Dr. Corin.
Supervisor Wardy?
Yeah, Dr. Corin, thank you very much for your report. And I'm curious about the antiviral drugs in our supply, if we have them available. I think that there's pretty good results with them. And I'm just curious about which of the antiviral drugs are useful for which diseases.
A very good question. So we do have adequate supplies of the antiviral against COVID, and they remain effective against all the variants of COVID. And that one's called Paxlovid. An alternative that's used less often, but for people with certain risk factors, may be molnupiravir, but leave that to the provider to decide. That is actually available. The Paxlovid is available in many test treat sites, which can include pharmacies, clinics, and at the county testing sites. So if you test positive, if it's in a clinic, of course, a provider can come out and see you. If it's in one of these alternative sites, then usually a telehealth consult is obtained right there, and a prescription for Paxlovid can be done at that time. The other antiviral that should be mentioned is for influenza. There's Tamiflu. It's been around for a long time. It's very effective. It does need to be prescribed by a provider, and it should be started within a few days of the influenza symptoms starting. A lot of our providers are encouraged to start it in the most vulnerable people, even before the flu tests might come back. So for COVID, Paxlovid is widely available, probably underutilized, and we're trying to encourage everyone to be aware of its use and even ask for the medicine if they're positive and have some symptoms, even mild symptoms of COVID. And the Tamiflu is also available for people who show up early with influenza symptoms. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. I know of at least one person who's taken Paxlovid and had very good results.
Not seeing any more questions. Thank you, Dr. Corin, as always.
Thank
And
you.
if I had been wearing a mask last week, I might not be sick today.
Everyone stay well. Bye-bye.
Ron Edwards.
Good morning, Chair, Council, CEO, and County Council. I just wanted to call and say thanks for all the years of learning in the chambers there. Helped me go on to become a city council member here in Healdsburg. And I would just like to encourage you that a lot of the people who speak at public comment and address items have a lot of expertise. And I just want to encourage you to continue to listen to them and work with your community to further and enhance the county. So thank you very much for all the time I've had there. And I really appreciate what I've learned throughout the years.
Not seeing any more online comment. Let's go back to in-room.
Good morning. Mark Donegan, self-healing practitioner and educator, ordained minister, aka Goldilocks. Wish this camera faced the other way. I want to talk to the people. I know nobody here. Don't have a whole lot to say to you other than pass the contract today, or whatever this thing is for the union. Appreciate that the union brought it to you and its members. And yeah, I expect you to agree to it and move on from there. Man, a lot went on. Doc sure did take a long time getting around to the doctory part, which came at the end, which was all the basic stuff, all the vaccine stuff. Like, gratitude and appreciation. Get to the good stuff. Happy Thanksgiving. I missed the Thanksgiving one session. Sorry about that. But it's Christmas time, and we just had the Parade of Lights. So my gratitude and appreciation was Katrina Kessin. She did her part there at Alex Thomas Plaza, her and her husband, and the whole thing, everybody makes that happen, is what makes us special. And I want to come back to that special part, because a lot of those special people were just here, and they helped take care of me. But anyways, gratitude and appreciation for the Parade of Lights and Katrina and all she does for all the special events. And what she really does for me is she recognizes me as a human being. And in this time, holiday times, that's more important than anything we can do, is the simple things for each other. I'm kind of grinchy, but you know, I try to let out my love whenever I can. And I look for those little things. And that brings me to the IHS workers that were just here. I know the contract is what it is, and these people, you know, they need the appreciation, whatever we can give them. I have a worker myself. I've never been a worker, but I wouldn't be here without their help. I've had extensive help. It goes back and forth. I always seem to find good people. And that's what it takes to get somebody to basically work below minimum wage. And I can be very difficult to take care of. And I live in what I call Hotel California. It's a new project here in town. And we have dementia, we have all kinds of vets that got problems there. And we have multiple IHS workers, and they take care of us, and I appreciate that. So I'll just end with that for my holiday gratitude and appreciation for everyone. And thank you, pass the thing for the employees. And thank you for the time and getting to me. Took a minute.
Thank you. Last call for public expression and public comment on closed session. All right, on to consent calendar. Has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established.
Let's start with public comment on the consent calendar. Supervisor Haschak?
Yes, I'd like to pull items 3M and 3P.
3M and 3P. Okay. Let's do public comment so we can see if the public wants us to pull any additional items. Let's start online. Michael Katz.
Good morning, supervisors, county staff. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director for the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. Calling regarding item 3M, and thank you to Supervisor Haschek for asking to have it pulled. I'd like to start off by saying that we would prefer to be here recommending the adoption of the LJAGP manual. That would make all of our lives a lot easier for sure. However, the issues that we see with it that have been laid out in our memo in some detail require us to speak up. We are concerned that not having clear policies and procedures in place prior to the launch of the program, similar to what happened for the equity program, will lead us into a similar morass where we will not be able to utilize these incredibly important funds for the purpose for which they are intended. The county has directed $7.5 nearly $1 million towards administrative uses for these purposes, but the $10 million for the operators is still yet to go out. Initially, just to recall, we were hoping and were told initially that these applications would be opening during the summer. Here we are later, but the manual is severely insufficient and too narrow compared to the possible uses that should be and could be in it to provide the most possible support to our operators. We've listed many of these in our memo, but globally, we understand that time is very sensitive and that these funds are needed immediately to support our local community. So we are recommending that you do not adopt the manual as presented, but rather conditionally pass the manual with the suggested revisions from our memo. Require a complete policies and procedures document be developed for the program prior to accepting applications, even if that takes pushing it out a little bit more. And finally, establish a monthly audit or review of the use of these grant funds as the administrative spending of roughly $8 million, which is a lot of money, we believe should have additional oversight. We're not aware if that's in place. And globally, we are concerned that if this plane is trying to be built while it's in the air, it will crash into the mountain, and we will continue to see the challenges when this money is obviously purposed to remove as many of those challenges as possible. So I encourage you to not adopt as it is written and adopt our recommendations and then enable this to be revised so it can actually benefit the most number of people the most broadly. Thank you for your consideration, and we look forward to hearing the conversation.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before we got too deeply, I was also going to pull the same item. And so before we got too deeply into the public comment, I was actually hoping to hear from Director Nevedal about some of the questions that were submitted through MCA's memo. It is my hope that we can continue with the process of moving the manual forward and possibly use the department and the GGC to work through some of the questions and concerns that were listed in the MCA memo, but I think it's important for the board to hear from the director.
I can support that. Do we have Director Nevedal?
Yes, we do.
Hello, good morning, supervisors, CEO Antle, and County Council Curtis. I'm Kristen Nevedal, Director of the Mendocino County Cannabis Department. Should I just walk through the memo and provide some responses? Would that be most suitable this morning?
Supervisor Mulhern, how detailed do you want the explanation?
Actually, because we do have a budget workshop today, I was hoping that we could find out what needs to be dealt with immediately, if there are any immediate issues or concerns, and what could possibly come to GGC. So I don't, at this point, it's not my preference to walk through each item in the memo. I would rather see those items that have questions and concerns that can be answered at a future date come forward at GGC. And if there's anything that must specifically be answered today before we can move forward, then please let us know which of those things.
Okay, great. I'll do my best to respond in that manner. Thank you. So a couple things of note here is that the questions about putting together a full policy and procedures manual, we are planning on putting together a robust application. That application will have kind of an instructions and guidelines manual associated with it to create hopefully some aids and or ease for applicants when applying for this grant program. We are planning a regularly scheduled rollout of these grant funds, so we'll be opening the grant application, if all goes well, on January 16th, closing the grant application on February 7th, utilizing 4 weeks to review and award applications, and then reopen another grant period. It is our goal, or the department's goal, to have 2 grant award periods before we get into the middle of the summer, so that the funds may be utilized during this summer's work season, which is important for folks needing to conduct work projects in association with, say, their Laker Stream Bed Alteration Agreement, or other work projects that include earth moving type of work. The work season is short, so we are setting our timeline and our goals purposefully to try to get the funding into the hands of those applicants that need to utilize that work season this summer. The grant itself is narrow, and the program manual does reflect that. So this is not a business development grant offered by the state. This is a grant to assist provisional license holders in meeting their CEQA requirements so that they can transition into an annual license at the state level. Many of the items that have been requested by MCA are not included simply because they were not part of the grant application the county submitted to the state, which does detail what we had planned to offer in relationship to direct grants. Some pieces, such as grading permits, may be allowable in association with, say, Laker Stream Bed Alteration Agreement work, which would require a grading permit. But this grant is not broad enough in how the state framed it to allow the department to extend grading permits, for example, to everyone who might possibly need it. Right? So we really are going to have to be mindful as a department to ensure that what we are awarding in relationship to the LJAGP program is specific to the needs of applicants moving their CEQA compliance forward. And with that said, we can look at the details of these other items that are listed in here during the General Government Committee meeting to see if and when some of these may be applicable for grant awardees. But again, this is a fairly narrow scope, and something like taxes doesn't have an opportunity to fall under the LJAGP grant format under any circumstances. So again, the manual presented today is purposefully narrow because it reflects what's allowed under the LJAGP grant, and specifically what was approved by the state when we submitted our grant solicitation application a year ago. But we are, again, more than happy to create a document, a guidance document, and kind of robust instructions document to accompany the application that we see coming out towards the end of the month, early January. And I'm happy to answer questions if there's specific questions. Okay.
Supervisor Mulhern, does that satisfy you?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Back to public comment. Tamara Kieslack.
Hi there. I am an equity applicant and I need some help with my CEQA requirements. I'm calling in to support MCA's recommendations, and in so much as the current LEAP program is completely mired in bureaucracy. It doesn't seem like there's oversight. I get responses at night and in the weekend. I've been in the program for over a year and haven't received funds, but I've spent hours, countless hours, working on the grants that continue to be, So I'm just calling because I feel like there needs to be a little bit more oversight. I attend some of the weekly meetings for the equity program. I'm just really worried. Our community really needs these funds to continue to stay in business, which I think is going to deeply affect the county and our ability to bring in funds for taxes and stay afloat as a community at large. And I'm just super concerned that the current program has been so frustrating, and so little funds have gone out to actual projects. Yes, funds have gone for taxes and fees to the county, but a lot of people are in really bad situations and need this money. And I'm concerned that you guys don't know how this is rolling out. We see slides a lot, but I feel like there needs to be a little bit more oversight. We're a community in crisis. We really need this money to continue to operate in the county. And if we can't get it, it's going to be a pretty big disaster for a lot of people and for county funds that come in. So I'd like to recommend that there be more oversight, and that that you consider some of the MCA recommendations with the understanding of what Ms. Nevedal just said about the narrowness of the funding. I'm more concerned about how it's being rolled out. Thank you for your time.
Corinne Powell.
Hello, this is Paul Hansberry.
It looks like we lost Corinne. We'll move on to Paul Hansberry.
Hi, yes, good morning. Thank you for pulling this for additional consideration. My main concern is that there's no room here. While we do respect the education and intelligence of the people that put this together, they're not clairvoyant. There are things that will be site-specific that will come up that may be dismissed or disallowed because they're not included in the manual, rather than making exceptions for site-specific circumstances. And I think that it should be a carve-out for that in order to facilitate the grant program, which is at the end of the day supposed to be here to help the constituents, not just fill the coffers of the county, but actually to help the people with what they need, not with what they're being told that they need. I'll end right there, and my partner Susan is sharing the computer, and she would like to make a comment as well, if that's allowable.
Go right ahead.
Hello, good morning. Am I being heard?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Good morning. It's Susan Tibbin. Good morning, Chair, Board, and staff. For us and many, many other applicants, the rollout of the very much needed, desperately needed and appreciated equity program has been death by 1,000 cuts. As the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance very eloquently noted, if we adopt the LJAGP in its current form, this is going to be disastrous. We're going to repeat the disaster of the equity program. The manual is overly narrow, and we understand why, but it overlooks a multitude of additional eligible compliance-related costs. An example of the multitude of problems is in a less than fully formed program is a timeline of 6 weeks to avail ourselves of professional oversight, which is needed in the application. This is absolutely impossible in the rural areas. There's just no one to do it. Further, applications that are incomplete go to the bottom of the pile with no chance of immediate correction. This is not helpful. In closing, as one of the Magnificent Seven, the frequent speakers, In fact, we speak for many, many cultivators who have just given up. Please, we don't want more people giving up. We need our friends and neighbors. If we're ready to acknowledge our past mistakes and assure the success of the Mendocino Cannabis program, please take a very, very close look at Mendocino Cannabis Alliance letters. There are 2 of them, December 6th. And let's implement as much as we can many of our suggestions. We want this program to be successful, and we know you do as well, but we've got to pivot and not repeat the past mistakes. Thanks very much.
Patrice?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
Can you hear me?
we can hear you.
Hi, how are you? Thank you so much for hearing me. My name is Patrice Byerly. I'm actually an equity applicant who has received funds, and I'd like to thank Kristen Nevedal for her help with that. As a member of the program, I would like to say I don't think that you should adopt this manual because it's too narrow, and I think you should listen to MCA's recommendations. The thing I have found about the grant is that all the money that I received actually that was approved will actually leave this county. It's going to state funds, it's going to large vendors, it's going to places that are not in the county. And I would like to see the funds be able to go to local businesses, to not be restricted, so that the money stays within the county and benefits the people within the county. But the narrow focus of what they've allowed the money for basically means the money is sent out of the county and doesn't do any good to all the families that live here. We are losing our homes. We are losing our businesses. We are losing students in school. Laytonville has had trouble struggling just to keep teachers because the economy is so affected by the lack of money here. And I think that the grant program would be an excellent way to continue to infuse cash into the county for all of the county businesses, not just the cannabis business. I struggled to figure out a way to make sure that my friends who drove trucks and worked at the local stores and all of that could somehow benefit from the LEAP funds, but the regulations make it difficult. And I think that adopting this manual will make it only more difficult. So I think that the Board of Supervisors should concentrate the manual on keeping funds in the county and not sending them to Amazon and not sending them to large corporations that provide water tanks and stuff like that, because the money needs to stay local. And I think that the BOS and the cannabis program is missing a huge opportunity to infuse cash into the community as a general rule. Again, I appreciate Kristen's work. I have benefited from it, so I cannot complain, but I just think it would be better if you guys loosen the rules a little bit and follow the state rules and quit trying to make rules in Mendo harder than the rest of the state, because it's hurting your industry and it's hurting your bottom line and it's hurting your taxes and your tax rolls. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Before we go on with public comment, I have a question for County Council. When we assigned cannabis topics to the General Government Committee, I think it was our understanding that public comment would be heard at the General Government Committee, not there and then again at a Board of Supervisors session. What is proper?
Thank you. To answer your question, Mr. Chair, the Brown Act doesn't require public comment at the full board meeting if an item was previously heard at a standing committee, and that's specifically a committee made exclusively of members of this board that is meeting in a Brown Act compliant manner. So as long as there's an opportunity for the public comment there, you don't essentially have to repeat the public comment at the board level itself, unless the legislative body, which would be the board, determines that there's been a substantial change in the item between when it was at the committee and when it came to the full board.
And do we believe there's a substantial change since it was heard at the committee on, was it October 17th?
My understanding is there isn't, but I believe that the program director would be able to, or the cannabis director would be able to do that better.
So we would need to make that finding. So for the board, what do we want our process to be? Do we want to hear comment both at the committee and full board of supervisors? Or is there an expectation that we hear it at the committee and the board acts on items that come back to us from committee? Supervisor Haschek?
Well, since 3 of us weren't at the General Government Committee and didn't hear any of this, and we don't know what the discussion was, I think it's helpful to hear the discussion at this point.
Supervisor McGordy?
No, I'm not so sure. I think a summary of discussion is definitely worthwhile so that we're informed to kind of rehash everything all over again. Part of the reason that we have subcommittees is to focus our time to maximize the benefit of its use. There is the issue of the public being heard, but I feel like we receive pretty comprehensive memos from MCA, which are useful and helping to form an opinion. And consultation with our colleagues that are on the General Government Committee would also be useful, a summary, so that we're informed, so that when we make our decisions, we know what's going on. I don't know that we need to double everything up.
And Jody Mulhern?
I think it kind of calls into question why hear these items at the General Government Committee if we're just going to double up the comments at the board meeting. So, it's up to the board, but I don't think it's necessary unless there is a substantial change between meetings.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I would like to, we've created a process to streamline and be able to provide public comment, and that's why the GGC is moving the item forward in support of the department. And if these questions and concerns are immediate, then I would understand that if something came up, in those 60 days in between. But I also, believe in, there was a portion of the MCA memo that alluded that there's only one person making decisions in the Mendocino Cannabis Department, and through my meetings with that department, or having tours and understanding with them, that they've created a real network of how to move the cannabis program forward. And I think that there's value in letting the program move forward with the information that they're bringing us, and after hearing from MCA, which is also very important, and we heard from the director that we can continue to move forward and that some of those things cannot be addressed. I just I'm not sure, like I said earlier, because of our time constraints and because we do have a budget workshop today, if this is a valuable conversation.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I just want to make sure you're aware, you also have a few more options. You always have the ability, if you think that there's a need for further comment, to have something sent back to committee. In particular, if there's something, not necessarily in the item, but in the relevant circumstances that had changed between when the item was at committee or came to the board. You could also potentially have a process of again, either if you have a determination that the item has changed or that there's some other remarkable new need for public comment, to open it up, maybe limited to whatever that particular new issue might be. And additionally, with respect, I believe part of the assumption in the structure of the Brown Act is that there isn't a need to have the public comment both at the committee and at the full board, in part because the entire board has access to and can watch and review those public comments from the committee meeting, and also has the ability to go ahead and have them summarized by staff if they find reviewing all of the comments to be not particularly efficient.
So Supervisor Haschak.
Well, in looking at the agenda summary for this item, I don't see anywhere where it says that this was looked at by the General Government Committee. And, well, I guess on October 17th, it does say that. But anyway, I'll take that back.
Since we've started receiving public comment, I don't think it's fair to the remaining speakers that some have spoken and others wouldn't be allowed. So I think we should continue with public comment, but I think we should fix this process going forward. It shouldn't happen again. The intention is, and I think I've heard the majority of supervisors agree, that items that are taken up by the committee will take public comment at the committee. Not a second time when it comes back to the full board. So with that, let's go ahead and wrap up public comment. Corinne Powell.
Mute. Thank you. There is finally the unmute button. Thank you very much. I hear what the board is saying, and I certainly don't want to waste anybody's valuable time. However, I believe that if everyone is relying on what will happen in general government committees regarding cannabis issues, that it should be incumbent upon Supervisors Jurdy and Mulherin that they attend all of the MCD meetings, which supposedly explain MCD policies and procedures to the public, because we often get information in those meetings that is very difficult to swallow. And I think that without a broad understanding of what comes through those public meetings, the Standing Government Committee is going to have a hard time truly discerning what comes through in memos or any other communication. I completely support only a conditional approval of this manual. We have had absolutely no confidence in the community that the rollout of this particular local jurisdictions grant program will be any different than the problems experienced with equity. And just a couple of concerns that have come out of some of the recent MCD public meetings, and they have become less frequent, and they certainly need a little more advance warning than a day in advance. But a couple of concerns to me personally. I've been a provisional license holder with the state for over 5 years. The purpose of the annual assistance is to get us to annual licenses. The department has stated that it's not their priority to transition previously provisionally licensed people until sometime in 2024. I feel that that's a huge abandonment of directives from the board and understanding in the community and actually use of these funds. Also of great concern to me in a recent MCD meeting was the assumption that application review can take 200 hours of staff time. I do not understand how that could possibly be justified, particularly with all of the new staff and their training that we have heard so much about. So please understand that there are valid concerns in the community. I don't think the board is going to be getting the full picture, and I hope that Supervisor Jurdy and Mulherin will attend every possible meeting to understand better what is happening in the department. Thank you.
Thank you. We need to table the consent calendar and move to item 4C. We have Assembly Member Jim Wood available to present year-end activities for Mendocino County and the California 2nd Assembly District.
Good morning.
Good morning, Assembly Member. We can hear you.
My cue then. Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Williams and members of the board. Good morning, everyone. Thanks again for the invitation this year. As always, I'd like to make my comments short. I much prefer having a conversation with you so that we're talking about the issues that are of importance to the county and the communities we all care about. I do want to give some remarks first. First of all, a quick overview of the state budget. And let me get my lighting a little better here. Sorry. The budget approved for 2022-23 was $303 billion. It's actually a 2% decrease over the 2021-22 budget. But it added $37 billion in budgetary reserves and allocated 93% of the discretionary surplus for one-time purposes. Following 2 years dominated by COVID-19, for the first half of 2022 brought global inflation, spurred by lingering supply chain disruption and Russia's war in Ukraine. It's expected that tax revenues from the 2023 year will be down, producing a state budget next year that will be much more challenging than it has been. Some of the personal budget allocations I've been working on that will affect the 5 counties in Assembly District 2 are $20 million to support regional forest and fire capacity programs, which is a program created by one of my bills last year. The North Coast Resource Partnership will be one of the organizations that will benefit. There's also a $5 million allocation to support prescribed fire training, and $800 million for wildfire and forest resilience, including $300 million from the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund for preparedness programs, delivering on a promise I secured 4 years ago. In Trinity County, for example, the Watershed Research and Training Center will benefit from that funding. Locally, we were able to get $5 million locally in Santa Rosa. $5 million for the Caritas Center to support housing, $1.5 million for Santa Rosa water use efficiency programs, $2.2 million for restoring Bower Park in Mendocino County, $500,000 for public radio equipment and upgrades to Humboldt's radio station, KHSU. Wildfires will continue to be a challenge. We dodged a bullet this year, quite frankly. It was a mild wildfire season compared to many we've had, but I continue to work on multiple fronts to find ways to prevent and protect and plan better by making budget requests, as well as funding ways to decrease our risk. This year had a bill to improve the quality of construction materials used to build non-residential critical infrastructure in higher fire severity zones, a bill signed by the governor. Broadband always remains a problem. Access remains a problem, especially in rural areas like ours. I serve on the state's Middle Mile Advisory Committee and support the $3.6 billion statewide project to build out a 10,000 mile middle mile network. That's actually $7 billion, excuse me. I don't know where the 3.6 is half of that. So I also authored a bill to require broadband companies to provide the CPUC with household level mapping data, forcing them to be more transparent about where they offer service and, more importantly, where they do not. Providers have often been resisted building out new broadband in less populated as well as low income neighborhoods because it doesn't provide the revenues they desire, meaning they want a higher profit margin. The Middle Mile project will provide, it may make it easier, yes, cheaper for them to extend service to these areas. I'll be watching to make sure they begin building it and connecting with Californians, all Californians that well deserve it. In 2021, Providence Humboldt County Hospital Hospital initiated a better birthing project, quote unquote, with local tribes to build relationships and increase trust between St. Joseph and Eureka and the native communities. It serves to improve the birth experience, to honor a tribal and cultural condition of waiting 10 days before naming a child, making it difficult for both families and the hospital comply with the state's 10-day filing period. We introduced a bill to expand the timeline to 21 days. Sometimes it's just that simple, and it passed unanimously. This was my 7th year chairing the Assembly Health Committee, and I continue to focus on improving access to affordable and high-quality healthcare. It's not been easy. I've passed significant legislation, but at the same time come up against huge and influential, what I call the industrial healthcare complex. I'm proud of my work that has resulted in the creation of the Office of Healthcare Affordability. After 3 years of work on this issue, it became a reality this year, working closely with Governor Newsom and his team. This new state office will allow the state to analyze the healthcare market for cost drivers and trends in order to develop data-informed policies and enforceable cost targets. It puts the state in a much better position to actually control and contain healthcare costs. I also authored a bill with the chair of our Judiciary Committee to improve the system that addresses patients with mental health issues. The due process rights of these patients were being inconsistently applied throughout the state, and this bill clarified those rights with the long-term goal of better and more timely services and care. Some companies of unionized employers were weaponizing healthcare coverage during a strike by threatening to discontinue their family's coverage. Most notably, this was attempted by a healthcare company, and this bill we passed prevents this, permits striking workers and their families to access affordable coverage through Cover California if the strike is prolonged and they lose coverage because of it. And last but not least, we can't forget our local breweries. It was brought to our attention some breweries could not deliver their own restaurants, their own beers to restaurants a few miles without using a middleman. We solved that by permitting them to self-distribute to the restaurants they own within a 5-mile radius of where these beers are produced. Some bills from past years are being implemented, including the 365-day fishing license, allowing nurse practitioners to practice within the scope of their without the oversight of a physician, and new flexibility for recycling centers. Issues I'm continuing to review for the future, including how mergers and consolidations in the healthcare industry can increase costs and not reduce them. Continuing our work on the broadband expansion and regulation, nursing home operators, and how owners of these facilities use related companies to increase their profits while reducing the amount of money spent on the care of their actual patients. I'd like to give, while not in Mendocino County, her reach is a little further, honorable mention to Linda Stansbury in Humboldt County for her deep dive into this issue and foundation for additional work that we'll be doing in the coming year. We're also looking at how to address seismic requirements for hospitals, a longstanding issue, especially for hospitals in rural districts, where the cost for upgrades are out of their reach financially, quite frankly. There are at least 5 hospitals in our assembly district that fall into this category. And remaining closely involved in PG&E capacity issues in Humboldt County and other areas. So we can ensure that when PG&E promises power on a certain date, that customers can count on it. We're reviewing the real complex issue of how power capacity is projected, how transmission lines are built out, and we're looking to see if a legislative approach fix is appropriate for this. Also supporting offshore wind energy. Today, there's an auction for federal auction for leases off the coast of Humboldt County. And so we're anxiously waiting to see how that plays out. It's a huge project for Humboldt County, and it'll provide significant community benefits that I believe will spread into adjoining counties as well. It's a huge step forward for our climate goals, how we can get more green energy and reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. So in closing of my remarks, I just want to wish you all a peaceful and happy holiday season and a happy new year. And if we have time, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to take some questions.
Supervisor McGordy.
It's good to see you, Assemblyman, and enjoyed our visit to Leggett together to look at salmonid restoration projects a few weeks ago. That was a great day for me and really enjoyed the company and the occasion. I wanted to bring to your attention the Community Economic Resilience Fund, and if you're hearing anything about how that's going, because Supervisor Hasjack and I are involved with the community here in Mendocino County, and it seems to be going nowhere. And I just wonder if there's any information that you can share with us from GoBiz and how they're organized in that process. It has a lot of potential, but so far it's not. They're not really issuing any guidelines for us. We have pretty clearly defined economic development needs that we want to pursue, such as the blue economy and creating a pipeline in Fort Bragg that takes care of seawater and brings it on shore for use, and we're interested in biofuels and a host of other things. And I just wondered what you're hearing, if anything.
Right now, I'm not hearing anything, but I know that I know my staff, our district director Ruth Valenzuela, is on the line watching this, and so we will try to gather some information and get that back to you. But so I appreciate you bringing that up. But I'm not aware of what might be going on right now. But we will absolutely take a look at it for you.
Thank you,
Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, thank you, Assemblymember Wood, for being here once again and for the conversation up in Leggett and Laytonville recently. And earlier this morning, we had heard some presentation from in-home support care workers, and it's really a conundrum for us. On the one hand, it's a fantastic program in that it diverts people from long-term care. It's saving Medi-Cal and Medicare money. It's a state and federal partnership program. And when you look at the program over the years, trying to meet the needs of the community, the state has really, and the federal government have expanded the program over the years. And the component of that program that existed prior to 1978, a key year in California history with Prop 13 kicking in, and the inability of local governments to create taxes after that date without voter approval, only 2% of the people in California who are in that program are in the component that existed prior to 1978. The program has been expanded a number of times since then, and again, 98% of the people are in components of that program that have expanded after Prop 13 kicked in. And so effectively, there's no property tax that the voters of Mendocino County or any county have created to pay for that program. There's no local tax created to pay for that program. And yet the county is, as all counties in California, are required to pay about 17% of the cost of the program without a tax base to do that. And so again, it's sort of a conundrum facing all counties in California. How can we get people to do this good work, keeping people out of long-term care when we have an aging population, more and more people in need of this service? But we can't afford to raise wages to a livable wage based on that match requirement with no funding source. So I know the state does not have unlimited funds. But I know that you're a problem solver who digs into things, and I just wonder if there's an opportunity for some sort of state and federal partnership, perhaps even endowments that could be created at county levels where people could donate their estates to pay for the program, specifically to raise the wages. Mendocino County, the Mendocino Community Foundation, Humboldt has their version. Each county pretty much has some sort of endowment program. I'm just trying to think, there needs to be some solution to this problem of a growing need for a service. It's definitely saving the state and federal government money by keeping these people out of long-term care. And yet the local government just does not have the money to provide that 17% match. So anyway, just want to put one more item on your to-do list.
No, and I appreciate that, Supervisor Jordy. And and it's a huge challenge. And I share your frustration and concern. Some of our most vulnerable people it should be a higher priority financially for the state, and it's just not happening. And so I'm more than happy to look into creative ways to do this. An endowment is something I had not thought of, and so if there are any other thoughts around that, I would love to see that. My concern, I think, going forward, we're going to be facing significant budget challenges as well, and so initially my focus is going to be to make sure that we don't see cuts in this area. Oftentimes, some of the most vulnerable people don't have the advocates to fight against those cuts, and so that's where people like me, who and others like yourself, and at the county level, who have an interest in this, have to push back and fight really, really hard. So. Appreciate the conundrum. One of the things that none of us are going to get out of is getting older, and so it's important. I think it's important that people can stay in their homes for longer. It's a quality of life issue as well as a financial issue. So, but thank you for your interest and concern, and we're always looking for creative ways to find funding to support these kinds of programs. Thank you.
Supervisor Haschuk.
Well, thank you, Assemblymember Wood. I really appreciate Supervisor Jurdy bringing up that issue about the in-home healthcare workers, and it is a problem that the state needs to help us with, because keeping people in their homes is important in the long run, right? I had a couple questions about. Let's see, the oil windfall profits. I guess there's a special session that just started yesterday. So, certainly people are having trouble paying, the high price of gas these days. And I heard one woman the other day who couldn't even afford to go to the doctor because of the price of gas and getting from Willits to Santa Rosa. So it's a problem, and I hope that you and the rest of the legislature can figure out a way of stopping this gouging from the oil companies. And on the local front, certainly the cannabis and the direct sales, and we appreciate your efforts on that front. It's an ongoing issue, and it will be, and it's certainly a key to economic development in this part of the world. So whatever you can do on that. And lastly, we in Mendocino County, along with all the other counties in the state, have had a real high increase in the number of public records requests. And I was at the CSAC conference the other week, and certainly every county was talking about, fourfold increase in the last 5 years or so. And, whether it's just harassment or whatever, but, we're seeing that. And in Mendocino County, we've been trying to deal with it. But according to CSAC, probably the best approach is a legislative approach to kind of allowing the county to recoup some of the charges and, some other innovative ideas. So I hope that you listen to CSAC and what they're doing along this front, because it is something that I think as a county, it's hard for us to sustain the dealing with all the records requests that we're getting, but at the same time, we don't want to infringe upon anyone's freedom of speech or information, right? So,
right. Well, I appreciate you bringing all of those issues up. Certainly the last issue you mentioned about public records requests is something we're just starting to hear more about. So I appreciate that. Obviously, the cannabis issue is something that we've worked on consistently throughout the years, and are aware of that, and will continue working in this space. I appreciate your concerns around the issues you brought up. We share the same concerns, and look forward to working with you in the future on these.
Thank you very much.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us this morning, Assemblymember Wood, and thank you for having such great staff in our region. They're always accessible, and I really appreciate that. One of the things that I learned yesterday on a tour that I did of social services is that because of the pandemic, we were able to interview people remotely for their benefits, CalFresh and Medi-Cal, and it's my understanding that that may go back to being only in person. And I just encourage you to take a look at that, because as you know, in a rural county like ours, for people in far north county to get to Ukiah to have that kind of appointment, or even to Willits, and as we just discussed, gas money, can really be a challenge. And I think that in 2023, when we're looking at a digital workforce and how we're able to attract employees and have flexibility, I think that the more that we can do things virtually and through our phone systems, it will have a greater economic impact on our community, and we'll be able to reach more people that need the services, but we'll also be able to attract employees that value that digital workforce opportunity. So just want to put that on your plate as well.
No, I appreciate that. I think one of the sort of positive, if there is anything positive that came out of COVID-19, was the demonstration that we can do quite a few things through digital format. And so, some of that will potentially take legislative guidance to push forward. Many departments, I think, would like to be able to do that, but don't feel they have statutory authority to actually do that. So that is something we're concerned about, obviously, around the issues of telehealth as well, and not just related to some of these other services. But I think there is a huge value for that, especially in our rural communities where the travel times and the difficulty of travel are so difficult. The other challenge sometimes with some of the folks that might be wanting to avail themselves of these services is that they may not have access to the technology that allows them to do that. So that is something, a bit of a conundrum as well. So I didn't really address, and I apologize, Super Hashik, you mentioned the gasoline prices, and I think there's often a misconception that life is easier in rural counties on a number of fronts, but where it isn't easy is the transportation piece of it. And the prices of gasoline are actually higher in our counties than they are in a lot of urban areas. And so one of the things we're watching closely with the governor's proposal, which we are waiting for details about, is that we do no harm, that we don't do, that something isn't done that short-term raises and exacerbates the existing high gas prices. And so we'll be watching this really closely and want to work with the administration to find a way to get lower gasoline prices. In the end, we want to be able to have more fuel efficient cars, more green fleet vehicles, to be able to reduce our need on fossil fuels. But that is a longer term project. In the meantime, people need real relief from gasoline prices. And so we look forward to working with the governor on this, on any proposals going forward.
Recently, we were struggling to properly fund maintenance at all of our county parks, and Bower Park had a lot of really big line items, deferred maintenance, probably from decades. And I want to thank you. You really came through for us in a big way. Not only will that community see park upgrades that we could never fund under our current finances, but I think it'll free up general fund to be used for a lot of other critical issues elsewhere. So I'm very thankful for that effort. It was a huge win. Do have a question. You may have heard we're having some difficulty with our record keeping on county finances. We haven't been able to close books yet. I think we may hear today books might not be closed until January. I don't know, when I've voted on balanced budgets in the past, whether they were actually balanced. That's coming to light. We have a health plan that was millions over, and part of that was due to a holiday And I understand it was because we got a call from the state. The state said we had accumulated too much money. We needed to spend it down. I don't know what department of the state or why they would have done that by phone instead of a writing. This is the 1%. Our finances are in such disarray. If I were in the state's position, I would be looking at this rural county thinking we need to conserve them, clean up this mess, and then give control back. Do you have any thoughts on how we move forward? We don't have the local labor pool. We don't have the funds to hire the staffing. It sounds like we have an office that was based around paper and spreadsheets, not automated systems. And I think the board and staff want to move forward and get our books in order, but we don't know how.
Well, that's, and we're happy to work with you on that. Those are issues that we're becoming aware of. I don't know where there is potential for state resources there, but one of the things I'm always pushing for in my role is more technical assistance and support for rural counties. And this is one of those issues. I can't believe that Mendocino County is the only county struggling in this, and so looking for opportunities to find the resources, and they're not always just financial resources, but sometimes existing equipment, software, technical support, those kinds of things. It's important that that we don't just have urban counties being able to be successful in this respect. We have to make sure everybody has the same opportunities. And so as these continue to evolve, if there's ways that we can help at the state, we're happy to look into that. There are roles. There is a little bit of an arm's length relationship with some things, but in other things we are intricately joined. And so there are ways that we can help. We're always happy to help.
Thank you. We do have to go to public comment. Is there any public comment in the room? Those on Zoom can click raise hand, telephone *9. Not seeing any public comment. Assembly member, I want to thank you for taking the time, and we look forward to meeting with you again.
Thank you so much. You have a great day. As I said, happy holidays, and wish you all the best. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're coming up on 10:30. We need to give staff a break. Let's be back by 10:45. To the consent calendar, we had exhausted public comment online, but I see one more on the phone. Phone number ending in 5225. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, this is Hannah Nelson.
Go ahead with your comment.
Okay, thank you. This is in response to the chair's suggestion discussing whether or not to eliminate public comment on agenda items that have been heard in other committees. I think that first it should be discussed that no action can be taken on anything outside of the agenda. So I think that this issue will have to be discussed further in January under the new chair's discussion of new rules for the board going forward. Just because the Brown Act potentially allows for that process to be utilized to restrict public comment on agenda items heard specifically in standing committees in the past doesn't mean that it's a good or responsible thing to do. It's worth noting that, you know, the agenda items and the materials that are published before those standing committees are literally just a few days before the standing committee. And often issues and points and considerations are revealed after spending a little bit more time with the materials, and particularly after listening to what is presented in the standing committee, both by staff and in discussion by the standing committee members. So it's very often the case that nuances and issues regarding the item that may have been presented were not fully understood by the full board. And surely public comment of a few minutes saves a lot more time than watching the 2 hours plus of a standing committee. In order for a board member to fully comprehend and understand, at the very least, there should be an accurate reporting out of the standing committee, which summarizes the points made to the committee, both by staff and by public comment, and the reasons why the standing committee may have agreed with or rejected some or all of those items, so that the full board, when the item is being brought before it to decide and adjudicate an issue and whether or not to pass something or to approve something, they have all of the information fully before them. I think that another thing that should be noted is that if, in fact, such an action is limiting public expression on items heard before a committee, it must be content neutral and across every committee. So, for example, just because cannabis items may be something that some of the board members don't want to hear about, it's going to be very important to apply any rule of this sort across every single standing committee. And I'm sure that the citizens and press will be interested to see if the board would be applying any such rule equally across all issues and all committees. I hope that this board considers the limited time spent on public expression is valuable and are from their constituents, and will not suppress the voice of the people. Thank you.
All right. Do we have any public comment in room?
Yes, we do.
I'm back. Good morning, Board of Supervisors and staff. My first name is Chantal. Simone Pietri is my last name. I'm a private environmental consultant working in Mendocino County, and I'm a resident of Ukiah. I am commenting on item 3M, the LJAGP manual, and in the consent calendar. My primary request is that the manual itself be sent back to the GGC for consideration. The initial GGC the very first GGC meeting that there has been where cannabis issues were heard was only in October. The manual was just made available for review and comment a few days prior, as is traditional practice on the Thursday prior to the meeting, with very limited time for anybody in the cultivation, grant, or environmental compliance world to review the manual. I did speak at the GGC meeting and offer specific comment to the best that I could with the amount of time that I had to prepare. And I do not see the comments and feedback that were offered then from a professional consultant perspective incorporated into the manual. In fact, there are no changes in the draft manual from what was presented to the GGC to what is before the board now. If there are substantive changes, there has not been a red line version of it provided for us to see what those changes have been. In the traditional grant world, there is often a guidance document, policies and procedures, and then the application. And what we're working with now is just a manual outlining the historical perspective of how there is jurisdiction for the county to offer these funds, and then the scope of the grant as they would like to offer it. And I contend that what was put before, what was submitted to the DCC for the grant application itself, and then what was created in the manual now, there is a discrepancy between them, and that what the DCC approved is broader than what is put forward in this manual. I'll go into some specific examples in just a moment. So my request is that this issue be moved back to the GGC for greater consideration and comment, and that what the requested of the Cannabis Department is that they submit a policy and procedures document, a revised manual, and then also the application itself, a draft of that, and the guidance document that would accompany the application as Director Nevedal suggested. And I request that they push the opening of this program. It's been conveyed during the Friday Cannabis Department meetings that the opening would potentially be on January 16th. The period would be until February 10th, that all be pushed back by at least 30 days, if not 60 days, until we're able to see all of the supporting documents that are going to support this program being done efficiently and properly. We're not just part one. We're missing like 3 other parts that are substantive and significant. That at this point there is not, to my knowledge, correct me if I'm wrong, a January GGC meeting set at this time. So I would request that we set the January GGC meeting and then have this issue heard again there, and that then it come back to the board with there having been a report from the GGC to the full board. In regarding cannabis issues being heard in front of the GGC, as I said prior, the very first GGC meeting that heard cannabis issues was on October 17th. So as far as process and procedure and where public comment is heard, this is all a very new paradigm to move cannabis out of public comment at the full board meeting and have it be heard at the GGC. And I see there's a lot of benefit to that, but I'm concerned about the conversation that's happened today, where it's as if the cannabis community is being silenced again. I'm not with or without the cannabis community. I'm an environmental compliance consultant. I'm a local business owner. I work with approximately 50 active licensed cultivators here in the community now, as well as an additional 50 landowners that are not cannabis cultivators that are seeking to do good things on their property. And what I see happening is this impatience or boredom with cannabis being advocated for, and an assumption that it's being heard and addressed in other departments or in other meetings. And that simply is not happening in a robust way. If it was, we wouldn't be here continually advocating for something to be done differently. The last point I'll make regarding the specifics, I have one more very specific one I'd like to share. The manual itself is portrayed as being supportive of CEQA document preparation. I am a CEQA compliance consultant. I have written and submitted multiple CEQA Appendix Gs under the Mendocino County version to the Mendocino Cannabis Department. And under this is a manual, 2 services, B, direct grants, 1, local CEQA document preparation. It lists as modification may be used for the purpose of ... and to complete any studies necessary for the preparation of the required CEQA document. And then it goes into archaeological and cultural surveys, traffic studies, air quality and greenhouse gas emission studies, and Appendix G preparation. Phase 1 cultivators do not need the top 3 of those. They don't need to do arc and cultural, they do not need to do cultural studies, traffic studies, and they don't need to do air quality and greenhouse gas emission studies. The only thing they need to have developed, one of the only things that everybody needs, is a biological study, and that's one thing that is explicitly not included in this manual. I say that as an example to say this manual and this program are not ready to go out and to be launched. It's one primary thing that has to happen. The sensitive species impact portion of the CEQA document relies on the biological study. and that is one that is explicitly not included here. So as an example, there are other gaps in the thinking that created this manual to demonstrate that it's not ready for release. Pushing something through quickly does not result in the overall timeline between application and check receipt being any shorter. This is going to be a repeat of what's happened with LEAP. Rather than, I'm not saying stretch the whole timeline, but do it properly and listen to the stakeholder input that is coming from professional consultants. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know what? As a member of the GGC and hopefully a member of the GGC next year, we don't have our board assignments yet. I think that we still are working on this transitional path and trying to figure out the best way to support the cannabis community, support the department, and also streamline our regularly scheduled meetings. I am hearing, and I do hear that there is a need to have more direct summaries for not only the board but for the public of why or why not things were not moved forward that were suggested during a GGC meeting. So I do understand that, and I do hear that, and have made a note moving forward. Corinne Powell mentioned the cannabis department's meetings, and although I don't attend them always on Zoom while they are in the meeting, they are available on YouTube, and I do watch those meetings. And I just want to really be very clear, the cannabis department, and it's not just Kristen that runs our cannabis department. We have an entire team over there that are trying to work to support the cannabis community. They went from doing 11 meetings in 2021 to doing 46 last year. So they are trying to incorporate feedback. I think what I'm hearing is because your suggestion wasn't moved forward, it doesn't mean that you weren't heard. But because you don't have a reason as to why that didn't happen, then maybe that's where our gap is. And I would like to try to work on that and improve that process for the board and for the public. Because I do see that as a barrier from what I think the chair is trying to do, which is to streamline the board meetings and give the cannabis community an opportunity to have input during a public meeting at GGC. That was the intention of moving it, moving cannabis to GGC to allow for more robust public comment and conversation. I think our gap is relaying the outcomes of that meeting to the full board. So those are my thoughts right now.
Was there a recommendation from the General Government Committee to the full board on this item?
Yes, it's in your agenda packet as the manual.
And you still stand with that? Both members of the committee stand with that?
Yes.
Yeah. Is there any more comment in room?
Yes, we have
Not seeing any. Supervisor has checked. Oh, one more.
Good morning, Carrie Shattuck. I'm requesting additional information on 3Q, approval of retroactive agreement with its personnel consulting for an attorney to perform an independent personnel investigation, and that was brought forward by County Council.
Supervisor Haschek.
Well, yeah, since I pulled this item originally and haven't been able to speak for the last hour and a half or so, I just have a few comments about this issue. And the first is stepping back from it, that we have, on October 4th, there was a question about the LEAP grant being in compliance with federal law. And so I don't want to get 2 years down the road and have this program being questioned. So my question for County Council is, has this program been evaluated, especially because there is a connection with the LEAP program? Have we heard back from the attorneys, the outside consultants about the LEAP program? And what was the cost of that?
I have located an outside firm with respect to an estimate on the LEAP program. We've got an estimate of about, I think, $20,000 to $25,000 as the cost for obtaining an opinion there. However, I have also heard back from, I'm having discussions with the Attorney General's office as to whether they would be able to issue a formal opinion, which would be of no cost to the county. So I need a little bit more to confirm from them that they would be able to go that route. We would be looking at a timeline of probably about 6 to 9 months to be able to get that opinion back. They do go through sort of multiple rounds of vetting at the AG's office, but I am assured that it is a lot faster than it had been historically. With respect to this particular program, I don't know that we have separately vetted for those sorts of issues. I don't believe we've been asked to undertake that review. My understanding is that this one wouldn't necessarily raise the same concerns to the extent that this is related specifically to helping obtain CEQA compliance or other environmental ends. The concerns that I had raised with respect to LEAP were not even for all categories in that program. It was really just those ones that didn't appear to have a governmental purpose other than perhaps furthering an enterprise that is forbidden under federal law. So it would really be only a subset of categories. If the board would like, we could undertake that review. However, I think the board's direction at that time had been to proceed with the program pending feedback from council, not necessarily to halt it until further analysis had been performed. So we've been trying to proceed with that understanding.
Thank you for that, and I'd certainly like to have the board reconsider $25,000 for getting an opinion from outside counsel on that equity grant issue. But dealing with this local jurisdiction assistance grant program, one of the issues that Supervisor McGordy and I were dealing with the equity grant was this maximum flexibility. And I think that the board several times said we needed maximum flexibility in the program. And since it wasn't really delineated in the policies and procedures, it just became this whole quagmire and bureaucratic nightmare. And so what I would like to see in this manual is, adoption of a maximum flexibility policy, and anywhere we can do that. And I think MCA has some ideas on places where it can be allowed, that we should be looking at that and making sure that we're doing that from the get-go. And I also think that the policies and procedures needs to be upfront. And so I think that the board needs to have that before we can really proceed with this. I would like to see it come back in the first meeting in January to just make sure that, we don't get into the mess we got in with the equity grant, because, the grand jury was said, okay, you're building the plane while you're flying it. Well, we don't want to keep doing that. We want to have everyone understand what the process is, what the procedures are, before we really launch this program. So that's what I would like to see. So maximum flexibility and policies and procedures. And if that needs to go back to the General Government Committee, so be it, and then come back to the board in January.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I would like to ask Director Nervidal to come back to the podium if that's okay with the chair. My question is, again, around delaying the grant. I don't think that that's necessary. I also am not sure that we need to have a policies and procedures manual, or if an application guidance document will actually meet the needs of providing the expectations for the community.
If I may, through the chair, I'm Kristen Nevedal, Director of the Mendocino County Cannabis Department. I interpret what is called a policy and procedures manual to be a manual identifying how we will review each and every application that comes forward. And I think that's going to be a pretty hard piece to put into writing, as we will be analyzing each application on a project-specific basis, because this is a grant related to CEQA. So it's going to be a little challenging, I believe, to create a policy and procedures manual that identifies to the public how we will review these grant applications when they're going to be project-specific reviews. I do think a lot of good information can be provided to the public about how to fill out the grant, how a point system might work, in relationship to the application, and I'm more than happy to bring that piece forward to GGC. It will delay the ability for us to accept grant applications significantly. We cannot bring an item to the GGC for consideration, which is going to be, the GGC meetings will be the Monday before the second board meeting of the month, and then turn around and schedule that item for the board to consider the next day. So bringing an item to GGC in January means that the earliest it could come forward to the board, if that's the will of the board or the wish of the board, is going to be February, which means we would not then be able to put a grant application out if everything went well until March. So we'll miss a full grant cycle potentially if we go to GGC in January, to the board in February, and then not allow for grant applications until March. The goal, again, is to try to get 2 grant award cycles in so that folks can take advantage of this work season, which is going to be critically important for folks who are needing to conduct their projects to complete their Lake or Streambed alteration agreements. We have a number of applicants and permit holders with Lake or Streambed alteration agreements that expire this next year. Those projects need to be completed. They are eligible for 1 extension. So, we are struggling with some timing here, and I'm happy to answer more questions.
I have a question for the General Government Committee. Was new information received from the public today, or had the committee already considered the concerns that are being raised in this session? Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do believe that I see new questions than what we heard in October. But again, I don't think that we need to delay moving the program manual forward. I think that those conversations can continue to happen with the application development with the Cannabis Department and the GGC committee, and that not all of those questions must be answered in the program manual.
Is the committee asking the board to approve as the recommended action states with the intention to revisit and fine tune going forward?
I would certainly recommend that. And, I think the department's open and receptive to, adjustments as necessary, but I think it'd be a mistake to postpone adoption today.
Thank you.
I agree.
Is there a motion?
Well, let me ask this question to the General Government Committee. So these questions about the maximum flexibility, and we've heard of some issues like the biological studies that aren't listed, then do you think that the board should be adopting a maximum flexibility policy as regards to this?
Well, I will only speak for myself, but in reading the document, I do believe that it already does have flexibility in it. And generally, I don't have the bullet points right in front of me, but there's kind of A, B, C, D is our flexible option, and so on. And if maybe Director Nevedal wants to speak towards the Appendix G and what studies would be included as that bullet point.
Yeah, thank you. I apologize for interrupting. So thank you through the chair for letting me speak to this item again. The manual does allow the department to determine which studies could be covered. So not everyone is going to be required to have a biological survey conducted. So there's no point in utilizing these grant funds to pay forward, so to speak, for biological surveys for every applicant when not every applicant is in need of those. But the way the manual is written specifically allows for the studies that an applicant may need conducted to complete their CEQA paperwork to be funded under LJAGP. So if it's determined that an applicant needs a traffic study because of a location that may have traffic constraints, that study could be funded under LJAGP. If an applicant receives feedback, say for Department of Fish and Wildlife on a sensitive species habitat review, that they need to move forward with a biological survey, such survey would be fundable by LJAGP grant funds, so on and so forth.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
I just want to suggest the board may wish to consider a little bit of sort of specificity as it comes to flexibility. And my understanding is that this document has some, to be able to provide some parameters. I'm a little bit concerned that the maximum flexibility language that was used previously created a bit of tension and confusion. In particular, I think there were moments that the public understood, or maybe even specific applicants understood maximum flexibility to mean things that were different than what the department understood them to mean. And in particular, where the maximum was and what sort of was and was not permissible. And there was some tension with, I think, the department being asked to approve some things that the department thought were beyond maybe what the board had wanted or authorized. And I'm a little bit concerned that, well, I think the concept of a great deal of flexibility is clear. I think understanding exactly what that maximum is and what the board means by maximum is going to be important to be able to give staff adequate direction to be able to go forward.
Is a maximum flexibility black letter law term?
It is not a term of
County
art.
Council. Yes, I don't even know what it means. It strikes me as like anything goes, which I think just sets us up for conflict.
Well, I don't see it like that.
Supervisor
I think that
Haschak?
the state has given us guidelines, and so I think what the intent of the maximum flexibility is to use the state guidelines and not make Mendocino counties more restrictive than that. With that said, I will make a motion to adopt the manual, but we need to have policies and procedures. And so I don't think that we need to hold up on the manual, but we do need to have policies and procedures because this is going to be a long-term program and people need to know what the criteria are and how the department is handling these issues. So that will be my motion.
Would you restate the motion?
Well, it's to approve the manual, but direct the cannabis department to develop the policies and procedures.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Excuse me, I have concerns that directive might actually inhibit flexibility. So I would not be voting in favor of that. I think that what the community is looking for or needs to see is an application guidance document and a scoring system. And it's my understanding that that's not necessarily the same as a policies and procedures manual. So if we could have some clarification as to just the objective, I think that might be helpful. But as far as creating a policies and procedures document, I'm not in favor of that at this moment.
Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of second. Try again.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, is it your intention to approve this item or vote on this item separately, or should we hear the answer from County Council about the other item and then vote on the entire consent calendar?
Well, it was Supervisor Haschak hold it for separate consideration. So Supervisor Haschak, are you comfortable leaving it on the consent calendar, or would you like?
No, I'd like
to try
to vote
another
now.
motion? What do you want to do?
I'd like direction.
Well, we need a motion before we can vote. Is there a motion?
I'll move the recommended action and request that staff, that the MCD prepare an application guidance document and release that to the public at their earliest or next public meeting, and that also be brought to the GGC for more robust discussion.
Clark, were you able to capture?
I have the recommended action and request that MCD staff prepare an application guidance document and provide it to the public at their next public meeting, and direct that it also go back to the General Government Committee.
For clarification, is it a referral to the General Government Committee?
Yes.
Is there a second?
I'd second that.
Roll call.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
No.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
And Chair Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries with Supervisor Hashak dissenting.
All right, Supervisor Haschak, you also pulled item 3P.
Yes, item 3P is the contract with Elevate. It's a retroactive contract that goes back to April 1st. And looking at the contract, you know, this is a out-of-county contract, and it will go on until October 31st, 2023. It's the cost per hour is $175, and that is for the program manager or the application reviewer or the web developer or the coaches or the legal counsel. And so I'm just thinking that $175 per hour for this firm from Oakland is a lot of money, and I thought we discussed this earlier. I don't understand why it's retro, and so that's why I want some understanding of it.
Director Nevedal?
Yes, thank you. Kristen Nevedal, Director of the Mendocino County Cannabis Department. The contract before you today is retroactive simply because there was an error in the billing cycle between Elevate and the Mendocino County Cannabis Department. So what we saw was an invoice not get to the department. So invoice that should have been associated with the previous contract was not delivered and therefore was not paid. So creating a retroactive contract allows us to pay that missing invoice as well as pay for work conducted going forward. And that is simply the reason for the retroactive nature of the contract.
So is there an RFP for these services?
There was an RFP conducted prior to me joining the county by Planning and Building Services. The Elevate Impact Team was selected out of that RFP process. I believe that was in 2020.
So it's a couple years old.
The RFP itself is, yes. There was, I believe, I don't know how many respondents to the RFP, but Elevate Impact was who was selected. I'm not aware that the department is obligated to continually conduct RFPs for these services. If we were required to do so, it would put some pretty significant stops in the program's ability to continually operate. So we would have to stop in between each cycle, run an RFP, potentially select a new contractor, train that contractor up, so to speak, and then move forward, which would make it incredibly difficult, if not impossible, for us to meet the award timelines and spend down timelines that the state has put forth for this agreement.
Supervisor McGordy?
So how many people has Elevated assisted, and what's your take on the quality of their services?
I think the quality of their services is exemplary, to be honest with all of you. They actually consult each and every grant applicant on the writing of that application, whether it is an eligibility application or a direct grant application. So the amount of work they do with each and every individual is extensive. So folks don't apply for equity eligibility and then get a no and are told to start over. Folks apply for equity eligibility, and then the Elevate Impact team works with them until they either can achieve that eligibility or it's clearly identified that they have no opportunity to become eligible for the program. The grants are managed in exactly the same way. Once an eligible applicant applies for a direct grant to the Elevate Impact team, Elevate Impact staffs that direct grant application and works with that applicant to develop their scope of project, their budget, to ensure that all of their invoices and or estimates correspond and are put into a format and a packet that is approvable by the department. And there are times, a significant number of times, that when those projects come forward to the department, we have questions, and then Elevate takes point on going back and getting those questions answered, getting any materials updated, putting back together the materials. Once we've got an approved grant application, Elevate is responsible for getting all those materials into the final agreement, which then is sent to us and we take over running it through the county for review. So their work that they are doing is incredibly extensive and not work that we could take on as a department. And changing contractors, right, down the road perhaps, would mean redeveloping an application website, redeveloping a reconciliation tool. So they've also managed those components. They developed the elevateimpactmendo.com website, which is where all applications are submitted. They've built out a pretty extensive application portal. They've also built out a receipt reconciliation app. So they are providing a tremendous amount of services to our applicants and really kind of the lifeblood of staffing this program.
So, through the chair. So the question Supervisor McGordy asked was how many applicants have made it through the system?
Oh, my apologies. So to date, I believe we've awarded 44 direct grants. We have over 200 waivers that have been awarded. Collectively, between waivers and grant agreements, I believe we are close to $2.5 million-ish. We have another almost $1 million that we're currently working on rewrites and processing through Cobblestone. So now that things are up and moving and we just really started issuing on a regular basis in July, I feel as though these agreements and the award process is moving quite smoothly. And so I'm appreciative to be at this place. I know getting the program off the ground was a challenge, but we are off the ground. We're smoothing things out and things continue to move forward nicely, in my opinion.
Is there a motion? Supervisor Hester.
Well, I'll make the motion to approve the recommended action, but I'd also like to direct the Cannabis Department to do another RFP for other service provider.
Is that part of the motion?
Yes.
Is there a second? Supervisor Mulhern?
Yeah, I didn't raise my hand a second, and I disagree that we need to send it out for RFP and would approve the recommended action.
Is there a second to Supervisor Haschek? Motion dies for lack of second.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just to clarify for the benefit of the board, the county does have existing policies on RFPs, and I believe the usual practice is RFP is good for a period of 3 to 5 years based on certain parameters. So the regular cycle should be coming up in 1 to 3 here. I don't know which one this would fall on the top of my head.
Is there a motion?
I'll move the recommended action.
Second.
Roll call.
Supervisor Jordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
And Chair Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, how about the balance of the consent calendar? Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you. If County Council could just briefly address the item that was discussed by public comment.
If I may respond to the chair, I suspect that some of the details that the public might be most interested in are the ones I can't talk about, which would be the nature of the investigation, the particular employee involved, et cetera. What I can say is that the county routinely employs outside investigators for the purposes of conducting personnel investigations. We also use some within the Human Resources Department that is authorized by statute. This particular one is a bit unusual and not within sort of the normal areas that we are most commonly dealing with. It is a matter that the board is already aware of, and we have worked with the purchasing agents to find a firm that had appropriate expertise to be able to handle this particular investigation. It was initially going to be performed through a subcontract with one of our existing contractors, and we had some initial conversations to get the investigator started, at which point we realized that the investigator's preference and their contractual terms actually needed to incorporate the county directly, at which point we thought we needed to bring this to the board for board approval.
Thank you. I move the balance of the consent calendar.
Supervisor McGordy?
Which is has to do with men's needed services and kind of bringing them back into providing services for the county. I did have a discussion with Behavioral Health Director Janine Miller. I had some concerns. I think she answered most of them. They offer a great supportive suite of services to people with mental health issues. My concern centered around the stability of the organization, and Director Miller has indicated that they will be able to complete the requirements of this contract. So I no longer have any concerns, but I did want to mention this to the rest of the board because this is something that in the past we've been concerned about.
Is there a second?
I second.
Roll call?
Chair Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Jordy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item 4A, no CEO report today. Item 4B is a notice public hearing, discussion and possible action, including adoption of ordinance amending Chapter 18.04 of the Mendocino County Code and adopting by reference with local amendments selected provisions, chapters, and appendices of Title 24 of the California Code Regulations, 2022 editions of the California Building Standards Code, and adopting local findings. Sponsor is Planning and Building Services. Has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established.
Okay, the public hearing is now open. Does the clerk or board have any telephone calls to note? Telephone calls or other correspondence on this item? Not seeing any. We're going to go to a staff presentation, and then there will be an opportunity for public input, public comment. Director Krog?
Thank you, Chair Williams. I'm actually going to go ahead and just turn it over here to our Chief Building Official, Mike Oliphant.
Thank you, Julia. Members of the board, CEO Darcy Antle, County Counsel Christian Curtis, I'm Mike Oliphant, Building Official. And we're here today to discuss item 4B, and just briefly a background. Every 3 years, the state of California adopts the latest edition of the California Building Standards Code to establish the uniform standards for construction and maintenance of buildings, electrical systems, plumbing systems, mechanical systems, and fire and life safety systems. The 2022 edition of the California Building Standards Code was adopted by the California Building Standards Commission and published on July 1st, 2022. The California Health and Safety Code requires that the latest edition of the codes apply to local construction 180 days after publication. Thus, the state law requires that the codes become effective at the local level on January 1st, 2023. On November 8th, 2022, the Board of Supervisors introduced and waived the first reading of the ordinance proposed to amend the county council or the county chapter 18.04 to adopt the 2022 codes by reference. And we're here today for the required noticed public hearing for that. And I'm prepared to answer any questions you may have.
And if I may,
Thank you.
pardon me, Chair Williams, if I may just add on, for today's item, staff did provide to the clerk a revised red line of the ordinance, which makes minor additions to the findings. It references two appendices that were inadvertently left out. And if you give me just a moment here, I'm getting promoted so I can share my screen and just show those on the screen quickly. This is available on the board's agenda page for the general public. And I'm going to go ahead and share my screen now, if it'll let me. And so the change is here under section 9, the findings on page 10. You can see it's just a minor addition of the appendices AH and AJ, which were inadvertently left out. And that is the only change recommended by staff to the packet today. Thank you.
Okay, is there any public input, public comment? On Zoom, click raise hand, phone *9. Not seeing any public comment. Does staff have any final remarks?
No final remarks, thank you.
Do supervisors have any questions of staff? Supervisor McGordy?
So what are the implications in terms of increase in costs for building from these changes? I know it's a hard question to answer, but in general, I'm sure it's been studied and by different organizations. So I'd love to hear what you think the impact might be.
Well, the impact across California and, building official Mike Oliphant is it's not getting less restrictive, and it is getting more restrictive, but rightly so. We have some additional wildland urban interface requirements for fireproof materials that are necessary. We have some additional sprinkler requirements that have been for a couple code cycles now. So the implications for costs for building, specifically to the building codes, I think are negligible, but there are market forces that are out of our control that I can't speak to and that I just have no control over. I'm sorry to be vague.
Well, how about to your task of going through plans and reviewing them? How is this going to impact you as an organization?
We are going to have little to no impact as far as the way we do things and the way we have done plan review in the past. We'll continue to do things, always trying to find more expedient ways to improve our process. But these code amendments, the appendices, will actually be beneficial to the public of Mendocino County. So that's why we feel that the adoption of these codes into Chapter 18.04 are so beneficial to Mendocino County, so we can use the appendices in the documents.
And I just have one other comment. Oh, before I leave, one other little comment. I think might be a correction, but on page 11 of the second attachment, there was a comment that the basic wind speed was 110 miles per hour in Mendocino County. And I don't know if possibly a decimal point was left out, because I don't think our basic wind speed is 110 miles an hour. That's like a Category 3 hurricane.
No, there's a mathematical adjustment factor that engineers use for that basic wind speed that basically lowers it down to 90. So there's a formula for that basic wind speed.
What precisely does that mean? What does a basic wind speed?
Well, this is an engineering calculation that we rely on the engineers to provide us, depending on the zone, the particular zone that the project is going to be in. And so you're right, the 110 seems excessive, but that's just not a flat wind speed. It is a factored mathematical equation that engineers use, and I could actually get that formula and forward it to the board if you would like.
Well, it's a personal curiosity as to what that means. Is that a design criteria that you're trying to design a building to withstand, or what is it?
Yes, so we have a design criteria for something like a bluff top parcel on the coast that affects the entire structure, that we need to make sure that it's going to maintain that basic wind speed and the storms that impact that structure, as opposed to a structure that is in a lesser zone that might not be impacted by such winds. And that's where we rely on the engineers and architects' design criteria based on that 110 basic wind speed and the wind zone that it's in.
Thank you. I was looking at it out of context and thinking of it as average. I'm thinking that's kind of fast. So thank you for your help.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, thank you. Building Chief Official Michael Oliphant. We often talk about the building code requirements that are requiring additional costs, but one part of the building code that could save people money if more people were aware of it is what's called advanced framing. I'm sure you're well aware of it. Because we've gone to 2x6 construction rather than 2x4 for our structural walls, we have additional Simpson ties and other bracing that the International Building Code since at least 2015 has allowed for what's called advanced framing, where the 2x6 framing is 24 inches on center rather than 16 inches on center. So it allows for something like 20% less wood in the framing of a building, which of course today at the cost of lumber, people are looking at that. To what extent is the department, I know you have an education fund, to what extent do you think the building officials are aware of advanced framing? And is there any role for the county to educate our builders and architects about the option to use advanced framing to both reduce their lumber costs, save a little framing time, and also allow for additional insulation in the walls, cavities, because they have a bigger opening, 24 inches rather than 16 inches?
Building official Mike Oliphant, Supervisor Jurdy, that's just one example that you give of a alternative or a different method of construction. There are many, many methods, and it makes me think of not just the 2x6s 24 inches on center, but the engineered lumber that we're starting to see now that are using recycled products as well. So we are open to all of that. We are also part of the Redwood Empire of Code Officials that involves all building officials in the Northern California portion where we live. And so we discuss things like this on a monthly basis, and we have an educational 2-hour period during those meetings that we have industry experts teach us. Also, each one of our building inspectors are constantly going through educational and certification and seminars, getting the education for practices like this. But I agree that the building code does allow for that advanced framing method, and we have other things that allow this too. So when somebody proposes a project with a plan, it's really up to the design professional to present that design to us. So when we get that design, we just ensure that it meets the minimum building code standards, because that's what the building codes are. They are minimum standards. And these types of advanced framing practices exceed those minimum standards. We're very open to that, and we are aware of cost savings, and there are times when if there is a cost savings that we see in a set of plans that somebody may be missing, we are apt to point that out to the applicants.
Not seeing any more questions. The Public hearing is now closed. Matters before the Board of Supervisors. Looking for a motion.
Oh, move to approve.
I'll second.
Roll call.
This is Atlas Pearson, Senior Deputy Clerk of the Board. I'd like to clarify that you're making the recommended action as revised based on the attachments that were uploaded this morning.
Yes, thank you.
Does the second agree?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Clerk, do you need a break before we hear 4D?
No, we do not.
All right, item 4D, notice public hearing, discussion, possible action, including adoption of a resolution adopting an initial study, mitigated negative declaration, and a mitigation monitoring and reporting program in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act requirements for the replacement of bridge number 10C0073 on Wilderness Lodge Road, County Road 320, milepost 0.72 over Dutch Charlie Creek in the Laydenville area. Sponsor is Department of Transportation.
Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board, good morning. I'm Howard DeShield, your Director of Transportation. And as was stated, this bridge replacement project is going through the phases, and the end of the environmental phase will be this negative declaration accepting the environmental document. We're basically taking a 18-foot wide bridge and replacing it with a 24-foot wide bridge, 60 feet long, that will be fully capable of taking any oversized load. The Wilderness Lodge Road goes into the Heath Angelo Forest Reserve, and it will be good to have a bridge that you could get a full-size firefighting Caterpillar up. So there were no comments from the public. No one lives close to this bridge. I don't expect that the clerk has received any additional comments. We have worked extensively with the resource agencies and have been meeting their, mitigations, and I'll take questions or see if there's any public comment.
But it was proper notice established?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
Okay, and retroactively, I'm opening the public hearing. Does the board and clerk have any correspondence or telephone calls received to note?
Clerk of the Board has no telephone calls to receive or to note as received. Any comments provided in writing would have been via the e-comment portal.
Staff presentation is complete. Any public input, public comment in the room? Not seeing any on Zoom. Not seeing any. Supervisor Haschek.
Well, I'd like to thank Director DeShield about, with this project. I think it's much needed. I haven't heard anything from any constituents, even though it is in the 4th district, but there's a lot of people in that area who would come to me too. So I don't know if Supervisor Jurdy has heard anything, but I think that people would probably appreciate this project.
Staff, do you have any final remarks? Looks like no. Supervisor Jurdy, I think you were saying you haven't heard any public comment either. Public hearing is now closed. Matters before the board. Looking for a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Roll call.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
And Chair Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item 4E, approval of side letters of agreement between Service Employees International Union Local 1021, County of Mendocino Management Association, Mendocino County Department Head Association, Teamsters Local 856 Probation Unit, Teamsters Local 856 Public Attorneys Unit, and County of Mendocino. Sponsor is Human Resources and the Executive Office.
Darcy Antle, if I may, CEO through the chair. The recommended action is that you approve these side letters, as you mentioned, for $3,000 of ARPA funding, which now will be included in all the bargaining units, as 3 bargaining units have closed prior. And I would like to thank all those who have been working so hard on negotiations at the table and behind the scenes. Sherry Johnson is present if she has anything additional to add. Nope, she's good.
Supervisor Haschek.
Well, I'm in favor of approving these side letters so that we can get this ARPA money out to the employees. My question is, when do we think that the money will go out? Will it be out in time for the holidays?
That is correct. I believe it's December. I'm sorry. Yeah, it is December 16th.
Okay, thank you.
Public comment? Seeing no public comment, it's back to the board. Is there a motion?
I'll move approval.
Second.
Roll call.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor Jordy,
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy,
Yes.
Chair Williams,
Yes.
and Supervisor Haschak.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
We're now going to adjourn for a closed session working lunch where we will hear items 6A, 6B, and 6C. And we will not be back any sooner than 1:30. Convening on 6A, 6B, and 6C, there was no reportable action. We're on item 4G, discussion and possible action, including direction to staff regarding the presentation of the Mendocino County fiscal year 2022 and 23 budget status, sponsored by the Executive Office.
Good afternoon, Chair Williams, if I may, Darcy Antle, CEO. The Executive Office fiscal team, myself, and the budget ad hoc have been and continue to tackle budget issues and concerns. Where to find funds in order to support ongoing wage increases and to cover one-time expenses for fiscal year 22-23. This morning you heard a bit about the state budget from Assemblymember Wood. A couple of things to point out here. State job numbers are close to pre-pandemic level, a rebound only hindered by labor supply. Housing shortages are causing a drag on the economic growth. Some counties are experiencing a decrease in building permits. Despite recent stock market declines, consumer demand was still holding strong, as shown in slide 11. State sales tax at the end of June was up 10.1%. I'd like to take a moment to compare that to the the sales tax at the end of June was down for county 8.6%, unlike what the state is experiencing. Fiscal year 21-22 has not yet been closed by auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector. 3% reduction in the net county cost was applied at the beginning of fiscal year 22-23 budget process in order to balance budget due to a reduction in the cannabis tax. That impact was over $2 million. Future obligations, we'll be discussing those later, that include such as the jail, parks, and capital expenses. This time I'll turn the presentation over to Sarah Pierce, Acting Deputy CEO.
Good afternoon, Board. Sarah Pierce, Acting Deputy CEO. So today we're going to discuss the future obligations that we're currently unknown the costs are. The jail expansion, the CIP plan, parks, the annual facilities maintenance, the Veterans Affairs buildings, the information technology plan, COVID, FEMA obligations, compaction and alignment goals, and then we'll go in to discuss the current fiscal impacts such as the sales tax, revenue and expense trends, and then fiscal year 22-23 funding needs, and then the budget ad hoc funding recommendations. I will now pass it over to Tim and Janelle.
Ready, Janelle? Hi, my name is Tim Hallman. I'm Acting Deputy CEO. Supervisors, CEO Antle. What we're starting to look at here is just the jail annual costs, and they're the ongoing costs that we're currently projecting based upon some of the information that we have dating back all the way to 2019. Such as the staffing benefits are showing at $2.5 million. That is based upon staffing that was presented to the board in the August 2019 Board of Supervisors meeting using current wage costs, but that does not include anything that we are going to be updating as far as the current MOUs that are coming due right now. So if there's any increases, they are not included in this $2.5 million. Do you have anything that you want to speak to that on, Janelle, at the beginning of this slide?
Hi, through the chair, Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director. Sorry, it was a second before they transitioned me in. This was just an overview of what to expect with the jail expansion as Mr. Holman was mentioning. What we did in facilities is we took our estimated square foot for the addition, came up with what we believe would be an estimate in your additional cost to maintain. And then again, we're moving towards this a cost of ownership model versus this the historical practice of what is contained in the board's policy number 33 regarding facility maintenance or facility capital reserves, I'm sorry. And what we've estimated now based on that expanded footprint would be an additional 175,000. Again, currently the board is not funding capital maintenance reserve. It's only funding is occurring on a project by project basis.
If I could, I appreciate this more comprehensive analysis of the cost of the jail expansion. Personally, I think this new wing is absolutely essential to house people who previously were in state prison or have serious mental health and behavioral health issues. It'll be a safer place for them, a safer place for the staff to monitor them. But knowing that these high maintenance prisoners will be in this wing, and that we are seeing Mendocino County join other counties in California to have a pre-trial release program for certain inmates. It seems to me that we need to have a comprehensive approach by the sheriff's office to look at how the population in the remaining wings of the jail can be safely reduced and will be reduced. They already have been reduced. And is there an opportunity to close down, some wing of the old jail as this new wing comes on, and thereby reduce staffing in the old wing? Clearly, we'll have a new cost with the new wing, but there needs to be some effort by the sheriff's office to look at reducing costs at the old wings of the jail as, again, pre-trial release program gets fully implemented, and the prisoners who take the most time and effort to care for are shifted over to this new wing, and the remaining area of the jail should have, with good management, have reduced costs.
The only thing, if I may, would add to this, where you see under policy 33, and it talks about the per square foot cost and our anticipated costs moving forward, none of that includes your overhead. So in future slides, there are some current costs for your building, the cost operation. And I do want to point that out, and do have some cost estimates that I can share with this board as we go through this presentation.
Okay, moving on to the next slide.
So with this, what we were asked to come in with was a draft CIP, which has been presented to the board previously. We included this in the June 2022 proposed budget hearings just for board consideration. You will note that that current estimate, or that estimate at the time, was 175 million. Again, as referenced previously when talking through our obligations, we do anticipate that to possibly double based on the facility condition analysis, which we're in the final stages. Our hope is to present that in January. We'll likely come into the second meeting in January with that. We're looking through the draft of it now. The new CIP that will be a result of that facility condition and your space needs assessment will come in based on the cost of ownership model. We're working on a 20-year cost model. The board will adopt, pursuant to the general plan, a 5-year CIP, but we will have cost models for the life of each of your owned real property. 2022 projects, 2022-23 projects in process, which are already funded. Multiple funding sources are approximately 70 million. GSA presents an update to this board with each CEO report as to what projects have been funded and the status and where we are with those. Critical projects were another item that facilities had presented based on maintenance, deferred maintenance, and where we are in our current CIP. Those are approximately 15 million. We could go to the next slide. So parks, we were just going to go over the parks maintenance and capital improvements. As previously reported to this board, the critical safety parks needs based on the parks needs assessment were approximately 7.6 million. We were successful in getting a grant for the Bauer Park, which was 2.2 million. Just to give the board some information on this, annually we're currently spending approximately $18,000 per year at Bauer Park. I do want to mention that the cost model that we were talking about and discussing previously about the maintenance for your facilities, the current cost model, you fund the buildings and grounds operational budget. Those are for your facilities. We also absorb parks maintenance within that budget unit. So currently, if you took this at let's just say 18,000 and you have your 6 parks, you can see that amount drastically cuts into our operational budget for maintaining your facilities. For this particular park, we did come up with some estimates based on the annual cost of ownership. That's as the park exists now, which is approximately $160,000. This is just Bauer Park grant. The county, pursuant to that funding, if we bring this forward to the board, when we do bring it forward with the resolution, it does obligate the county to maintain that per their conditions, to maintain that park to a certain status. So as of yet, there are no funding sources for the ongoing maintenance of the park itself. Conservative cost of ownership, should we do the improvement, would be approximately $80,000 a year. And again, we're assuming some of these improvements are made based upon the current park attributes.
So I have a question. We have something like 5 county parks. They were randomly acquired by the county. No particular rhyme or reason to when they were added to the county portfolio property. And they're only in, I think, 2 or 3 supervisor districts. We don't have the money to maintain these parks. It may be that they should all be some publicly available properties for the public to go on to and visit and recreate in. But the county doesn't have a parks division. We don't have a funding stream to pay for the maintenance of these parks. I really feel at some point this board or a future board needs to grapple with that fact and find a methodical, fair, and reasonable way to hand these parks off to the communities that use these parks. These are really kind of neighborhood parks. They're not parks that people drive halfway across the county to go use. And there must be community organizations, nonprofits, or other local government agencies that could take management of these particular parks that really the county has no ability to pay to maintain, as we've proven over and over again.
Yeah, and if I could chime in too, that, we've been talking about the parks for a long time now, and like Supervisor Jurdy said, we don't have the funding for them. We've seen them deteriorate. There's liability issues with them, and I think that if we looked at other sources of funding, like the County Service Area 3, ways of shifting the responsibility of these community parks to the community that they're serving, I think that would be a much better way, because right now no one's being served by parks that aren't being upkept. So I really think we need to re-envision this. I know we have a parks ad hoc committee, and so the longer we wait, the more liability and more things degrade, I think.
Thank you. I think the Darcy Antle, CEO, you'll see in the ad hoc recommendations, there's some consideration for closing 2 parks. So we'll continue on.
I can continue. I see Supervisor McGordy had his hand up. I didn't want to speak over the top of him.
I just wanted to comment real quickly on the park thing, because we do have a park ad hoc. We thought a lot about what parks could we turn over, how could we come into other arrangements for managing them and affording them. The one thing I will say is that even though some of them are in bad condition, they're heavily used, and I think people want them to remain open. I think of places like Mill Creek Park and really pretty much all of them, with the exception of Mariposa, the park, which is just a little pond, they're all pretty heavily used, and it's another subject that would take a pretty long discussion. But certainly Supervisor Mulhern and I have talked to the city of Ukiah and other people about potentially pairing with or otherwise taking over some of the parks. So it's on our minds.
Through the chair also, just real quick on that, we've had various park bond funding improvements at each of your park locations. There are 6 regular parks that vary in their type, whether they're rural or some of them are very natural. But each of those have had park bond funds used to develop them, which do have some deeded restrictions. I just wanted to point that out, which is some of the issues we've been discussing with the board's, the park ad hoc. So I just wanted to, make sure that that was known as well. I want to go ahead and move on. So to talk about your annual facilities maintenance, and this is something I think that has been lacking as far as a discussion and for clarity. So there's policy number 33, which talks about capital facilities maintenance. But then within your facilities budget, which is BG or 1610, there's maintenance and household goods and utilities. Within that, typically industry standard is usually right now between $2.50 and $3 per square foot. Presently, you're under 70,000, and when you include park, or under 70 cents per square foot, I'm sorry. And then when you include the parks with that's being also maintained within that funding structure, it gets down to approximately 50 cents per square foot. What we wanted to just picture here is you have 65 owned real properties, you have 12 public safety sites, 7 of which are owned, and 45 leased facilities. Those include many storage units. Some example sites that we wanted to give the board the opportunity to just take a look at and consider the information is the current costs of operating and maintaining your real property. The jail right now for maintenance annual, the average we ran over 3 years is $330,000. The annual cost of ownership, which is your cash capital reserves, should it be funded, would be $265,000 annually. We went ahead and just did 2 other facilities, Doris Street. Currently, your maintenance is approximately $139,000. Your annual cost of ownership, again, $265,000, not funded. And then the museum under maintenance annually, $63,000 with an annual cost of ownership at $115,000. I do want to again mention this doesn't include overhead. So the cost of your staff and that support each of these operations under facilities. The museum overhead, for an example, we just ran a calculation of 30% would be approximately $20,000. Doris Street is $52,000, and the jail would be $100,000.
Supervisor Mulhern has a question.
Thank you. Is Doris Street in reference to the building that houses public health and behavioral health? And what opportunities do we have through their additional funding sources to remove some of these costs from the general fund and use state or federal funds to maintain the buildings that they're using? And it would be the same with social services, which is also funded largely by state and federal funds. What opportunities do we have to use those funds for those buildings?
So if I may, through the chair, currently under the GSA cost model, we do cost allocate to those that are non-general fund. So cost allocation does occur for those that are able to. So on Doris Street, which is public health and behavioral health, not all of them are able to draw down state or federal funds. So there's a percentage of that, and CEO Antle may be able to, or Assistant DCEO Sarah Pierce may be able to answer more as to what percentage of that is general fund versus state or federal. For social services, we most definitely cost allocate. So from a cost allocation perspective, that includes their capital projects, that includes the labor and the overhead. So currently, as a practice, we are doing cost allocation. Whether it's 100%, there's still a maintenance of effort and that come with every owned real property. And then there's the A87 cost plan also that contributes to some of these as well.
So the amount that we saw on the slide could or could not be reduced. That is already cost allocated down.
That is just the cost. That doesn't include any cost allocation methodology. So that wasn't a formula. That is just the true cost of maintaining it. We didn't go in and say, is this general fund or non-general fund? So right now we are currently cost allocating. I don't have the exact number in front of me, but it's a high percentage for public health DORA, for example, and social services.
Okay. So I've got a question. Maybe Darcy could answer that. On the chart, it shows annual cost of ownership 265, not currently funded. So is that something that the executive office can look into and look for a way to, as Supervisor Mulhern's talking about, look at the state and federal government providing the full cost of ownership?
Yes, if I may, through the chair. Yeah, we can look at that. There's many different programs that run through public health and behavioral health, and we would have to work with each one of those programs to confirm what portion of the building they're in, and then how to split that out and how to bill it back. And we can come back with that.
Okay, I have no other questions. We can move on to our veterans buildings. We have 5 owned real property veterans halls: Ukiah Willits, Fort Bragg, Hopland, and Boonville. 1 leased in Covelo. I won't recite this section of the Military and Veterans Code, but it just gives you a sense for once you establish a veterans hall, so to speak, there's an obligation to maintain it. Now, as you know, as of recently, where we transferred ownership of the Point Arena veterans to the city of Point Arena, there are opportunities where you could consider other potential models of operating, but that would be something I would suggest we work with County Council on. County Council has been a partner with us in any of our discussions regarding the veterans facilities. I will note that Boonville is an example that I will use when I say in our facility condition analysis, it's probably one of the poorest conditions, and there isn't a great deal of resource available to fund the improvements that may be necessary. And it could be to a point where the building is just not occupiable. So I know that there's probably an interest in determining, what our obligations are for veterans halls. I know a question was asked is how many we are obligated to have. I haven't found anything in the code, but I know that I would work with council if that were the direction of the board to determine what our obligations are.
Yeah, I'll jump in, I guess. So, Janelle, do you have an idea about what the cost would be for maintaining all the veterans halls? Because, I think a lot of it is done by volunteer work, or, it's, they're not in that good a shape, right?
They are in poor shape. I don't have those costs in front of me. I mean, unfortunately, we have a finance system, and we have many ancillary spreadsheets that are used to track your facility costs. There was some transition when we decentralized and are re-centralizing, so we don't have all the costs at our fingertips. I can run the report on the costs that we have, our hard costs for your veterans facilities. There are volunteers, but the volunteers do not maintain your facilities. That's strictly a general fund expense. And I do know they're in poor condition. They're 100% general fund. They were the first to be in line for deferred maintenance, unfortunately. As your critical needs came up, it was, life, health, safety, welfare. But again, we are looking at them, particularly right now. We're looking at the Boonville Veterans Hall because of how it's used and some potentials there. But each one of them are unique in their characteristics and in their build and in their cost to operate.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. And I think in the same way that the Parks Ad Hoc has been trying to look at what is the revenue source for parks and how do we build out a program where parks can become self-sustaining, which is something that we have been discussing, and also seeking some support from Visit Mendocino. I just wonder what the revenue and the income is for the Veterans Building, and if they could also possibly support helping us increase the revenue. And I know that we are always caught, I'm assuming that we're going to be caught within both of these, with the veterans buildings and with the parks. It's a catch-22. Is it really ready and presentable to try to capture revenue from it? But I think without even having it as an option, all we're doing is losing money. So in the same way that the museum, when we had a conversation about the museum budget, and they were asked to go back and look at their fees and their revenue sources, I think we should be looking at that with the veterans buildings as well.
I would agree. As far as the veterans halls are not marketed, there's no marketing activity that goes, to them being utilized. There are rules and regulations that are adopted by the board for their use. The veterans have first priority use, but they are available for public renting, and that's definitely a structure we could look at. As far as their condition, and even with the parks, part of the situation we're in is because of their condition. In a lot of ways, they are unsafe. So. In the areas where we have safety or risk issues, we're hesitant to promote them, but at the same time, I'm 100% in understanding where Supervisor Mulheron is referencing. If we don't do anything, we're just operating in a negative. So for certain, it is on our target list to look at how we can market these and take advantage of them as well.
Thank you, Janelle. So next we will be turning it over to Tony Rakes, the Division Manager of IT.
Chair Williams, members of the board, Tony Rakes, IT Division Manager, here to talk a little bit about our Information Technology Master Plan. And here, this is our sole slide for today. It includes a chart of the current allocations for our 2018 5-year IT master plan and where that funding is currently allocated. You can see here that the largest column represents the replacements and maintenance of our microwave 911 radio communication system. I believe 3 of those bars, those 3 on the left-hand side there, represent the microwave system, and I apologize without my glasses here seeing it from this distance. I can't exactly tell you which that left one is, but I believe those 3 right there that the mouse is hovering over represent our microwave radio communications. There are also disaster recovery funds in there as well, I think to the tune to about $290,000 for our disaster recovery, offsite data replication, and immutable backup systems that we're currently working on. This master plan adopted in 2018 had an estimated budget of roughly $21 million. Of that $21 million, we've expended roughly $7.5 million. Most of that has been spent in replacing aged equipment, out of support, deferred maintenance on many different, whether it's equipment or applications that we have throughout the county that needed upgrading, service contracts that we needed. What we have currently is a little over $6 million, and that's what's referenced in this chart. That gives us kind of of course, the delta there of roughly $7-8 million that has not been spent out of that 21 million estimate. Now, our 2018 master plan comes up since it was a 5-year master plan, comes up in late 2023, so roughly October, November. Our goal with that master plan moving forward is to move away from the static 5-year plan. Now, we still want to do projections out 3, 4, 5 years for technology initiatives. But our goal is to turn it into a living master plan that's updated annually. And we communicate more with the board about what our priorities are, what the funding needs will be for those initiatives. Those initiatives there will still be infrastructure requirements, whether it's for our network, our radio communications, et cetera, depending on the project or the priorities that come in. But our focus going forward is really to start working toward operational and efficiency improvements for our departments, whether that's application improvements, whether that's process flow improvements. So that's kind of where we're aiming our and focusing our effort with this updated master plan that we're going through here within about the next month. We're going to start diving into workshops and getting that updated, getting some cost estimates in there, getting projects into the plan and baked into this. With that, and because we don't have, within this next month we're planning to jump into that process, we don't have firm numbers or firm estimates at what this master plan moving forward is going to cost us. Knowing that we have the $6 million roughly in there now that we have allocated toward projects, the current projects that you see here up on the slide, and the projects that we have coming up, we've kind of estimated, I think what we had in the slide, I don't know what the slide says, but we're roughly $3 to $5 million over the next 5 years when it comes to operational improvements. Now, of course, with information technology, it's very difficult to estimate out beyond a year or two because the costs vary so wildly and the technology changes so rapidly. But our goal is to get to a point and to a place where we can shore up the maintenance of our equipment, which we've done through a separate funding stream than our master plan. We've done that through our enterprise fund, our internal service fund, that covers things like infrastructure, replacement for network equipment, computer equipment for staff, etc. And those are all cost allocated out to the departments based on their usage. So we've kind of removed that from the master plan to narrow the focus of the master plan to more project-related, efficiency-related, larger project-related items and away from some of the maintenance enterprise systems, for instance, our finance system, etc. Speaking on the finance system, speaking of operational improvements, the finance system and budget-related improvements and gap analysis is really one of the big focuses we have with our master plan going forward as a initial item to really to work on. We're already working on that now, but formalizing that through our master plan so we don't run into a situation where years down the road we've left that for X number of years and we find ourselves in a situation where we're behind. Our goal is to keep that on the forefront so that we can keep that conversation moving and keep those efficiency projects going. Yes.
Good question from Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. Can you speak a little bit to the property tax system update? I mean, that should be, property tax is a revenue generator. So where are we? What are our expectations for that project?
If I may, through the chair. The Adjournment property tax system, we've seen some significant progress in the last few months in working through some of our conversion balancing issues in terms of making sure that the data that converted over from our legacy system is accurate. And I believe we're on the cusp of closing out that what was ultimately turned into a monumental initiative, which we're all very excited about and having done because that opens the door for the rest of the effort with the property tax system in making sure that it's functioning the way that it needs to, because if the underlying data is not accurate, it makes everything hard to work toward. In that, and to speak more to what you mentioned in terms of revenue generating, we're currently in the process and partnered with, of course, our elected officials at the assessor, clerk recorder, and auditor, treasurer, tax collector, and Adjournment Technologies with IT, working on getting our supplemental correction escape processes understood and pushed through early, hopefully within, or ideally within Q1 of 2023, or at least the calendar year 2023. There's been a lot of work already done to that end to get those supplemental tax bills, corrections, et cetera, working within the system so that we can issue those. And that's to speak to the revenue generation in some of those supplemental tax bills that may or may not have been sent out, and getting those fixed and taken care of. That is one of the biggest pieces, I believe, of the property tax system and where we're at. We're working right now with it will be brought to this board for a new set of support hours for Aumentum to assist us in making sure that this system we push it past the final goalposts in terms of its functionality and get it to where it needs to be, which I believe we're very close to, but there's still work to be done. I hope that answers your question.
Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah. So Tony, first of all, thank you for the work of yourself and the IT department. I think they've really, taken on a lot of projects in the last few years here, and the property management software and system is just part of that. I think it's important to kind of acknowledge the progress that's being made. $13 million of the $20 million in improvements to the IT has been budgeted. And, some of that did come from grants, the PG&E settlement funds and community development block grant. And I don't know if this is a question for you or for the executive office budget team, but are there any other opportunities that we see that we might be able to fund some additional IT projects through grants because, the general fund dollars are just so scarce?
Acting Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce. Yes, we've been on the lookout for grants that would fall in IT as well. And if we see them, we are forwarding them to Tony.
May through the chair, to speak on that recently about grant opportunities for IT-related initiatives. As we all know, cybersecurity is a increasing concern all across the world, frankly, and that is especially true here in Mendocino County. And we've recently had jumped onto a cybersecurity grant offered by the FCC that I believe the Cal OES is the primary applicant for that grant, but we've partnered with them and thrown our name, Mendocino County, with our hat in the ring there to be part of that development process and that grant money to help build our cybersecurity, a more mature cybersecurity program here in Mendocino County. So we are looking out for those grant opportunities to build out more mature processes, whether it's cybersecurity, infrastructure, or otherwise.
If I could just follow up, I know that some of the software upgrades that the IT departments deployed, such as the long desired transition from Novell GroupWise, a company most people have not heard of in 2 decades, over to Microsoft Outlook for county employees. And I know that wasn't as simple as it sounded to make that transition. I know that the department has a lot of hope that there's some productivity software that now we have with that software, and so it'll take some, I guess, training of the employees, all of us, to fully utilize that software. And I know that your department's been diverted to obviously the property tax software, other high priority projects, but you have had some e-newsletters that went to employees. Do you still see some additional outreach and education to departments or just general all county employee newsletters, just things that will help us, get up to speed on how to use this new, more powerful software?
May through the chair, absolutely. You bringing that up is fairly well timed. We really appreciated and we found great value in those e-newsletters that we had sent out and the feedback we received from them and the ability to communicate during that conversion process when we went from Novell GroupWise to Microsoft Office 365. We're looking at different ways to leverage that communication without overusing it. For instance, and this isn't directly related to leveraging Office 365, but upcoming here soon, we want to utilize our e-newsletter format to communicate cybersecurity and digital health sort of communications, specifically related to phishing attacks, what happens if you lose or your device is stolen, et cetera, and then culminate that in a work packet that we can give to staff that essentially is a guidebook for them to be able to follow in case something happens, including contact lists, et cetera, of who they would need to contact in the event of something happening. So all that is mature that much more. Now, more to the point of the operational kind of efficiency improvements that we've seen since the implementation of Office 365. There is a lot there, and we have access to the vast majority of it with our licensing structure. We've had some departments who have partnered with us early on to implement various modules and use that in their process. For instance, a very successful implementation that was recently finished was done by our social services department, who did a wonderful job in collaboration with IT to build out an internal intranet for their staff that allowed them to more effectively share their forms, have a centralized forms so they weren't dealing with multiple different versions, et cetera, from their old kind of web-based system that they were using, their old standard block standard kind of internet website-based system that they were using, their intranet, and converted that over to SharePoint, which is a feature as a part of Office 365. They found that it was a very successful project, and they were very happy with the result. And we've seen other departments go that route as well. Behavioral health and recovery service is another one who utilized that for internal resource for an intranet. We're looking to, as we build that out, and as we mature and I know I've spoken before to this board about recent positions that we've had that we've received in IT, which are business systems analysts positions, to help build out some of this maturity and kind of work on that gap analysis and understand and communicate how we can help the departments improve their processes utilizing the tools that we now have. So we'll be seeing a lot more of that in the coming calendar year. And just to communicate further than that, beyond just Office 365, we have applications that we use that we don't utilize the full feature sets of. So that's another area of focus that we have in identifying gaps in the software that we currently have but are not using to its full capability.
Thank you, Tony. Is there any questions? Okay. So the next slide we're going to go over is, this is Acting Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce. The next slide we're going to go over is the COVID FEMA obligations and payments. Currently, we have submitted close to $19 million in expenses to FEMA, of which they've obligated close to $15 million, or a little over $15 million. And of that, we've received about 9.1 million. We are waiting to receive the remaining 9.4 million. But with the turnaround time, we're unsure when that will be received. So it is a future consideration.
So I have a question. So when we get that 9.4 million, where does it go? So
Acting Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce. So that 9.4 million, when it is received, it will come back into disaster recovery budget unit, as the disaster recovery is currently sitting at a $10 million deficit, because that's where all of the expenses were currently hit.
Okay, and so how does that deficit show up? Are we using reserves to cover that deficit at this point, or how does that work?
I will have to defer back to CEO Antle. I believe it is the same as what we experienced with the health plan.
I agree. If there's something different, if the disaster recovery fund is handled differently, that would be a question for Auditor Controller Shamise Cubison, but we believe we are being charged interest.
So we're being charged interest so we're borrowing the money from the Treasury?
Correct.
And we're paying interest to the Treasury?
Correct.
And so that interest won't be recoverable. When the FEMA finally pays us, it will just be the base pay.
Correct. I'll take the next slide. CEO Antle, this is a goal that aligns with the strategic plan, hire and retain the best employees. And this is a compaction alignment, seriously got out of alignment when the county moved forward with the COF study approximately 2019. So we'd really like to take a look at the wage grades from 309, reduce that down to about 80. No wage grade lower than $17.50 per hour, with a goal of in between those wage grades, the steps at 2.5%, and the goal of 10% between classifications in a series and reporting relationships. This is an estimated cost of $4 million. So again, just one of our strategic plan goals that's out there that we need to be looking funding for here in the near future. Sales tax. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but this is somewhat aspirational, and what do you see as the timeline for implementing this?
Well, I believe if we can work collaboratively and also find $4.5 million, that between myself and HR, we would like to see this go into implementation July.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Is that $4.5 million one time or annually?
Annually.
I guess my question, that seems unrealistic. What am I missing?
It would just be an ongoing expense. It is the goal of the strategic plan.
But the estimated impact of 4.5 million, we're like negative right now.
Correct.
How do we implement that? How do we implement that in July?
Well, we can work towards it if we can find the money, and we can realign the goals and reorganize.
Supervisor McGordy?
Well, that's my point. It's somewhat aspirational. I think that I like this because we have a lot of oddities, kind of Baroque design of county government here in Mendocino County, and this is one of them. And I think trying to make a leaner structure for our wage grades is very much a positive thing. Whether or not we can pull it all off in one season is questionable, but it might be that we phase this in over a little bit more time, but I think it's a good goal for us to pursue.
Supervisor Haschek.
So would the 4.5 million, you said it would be an annual cost, but a lot of this with the compaction and alignment, it would, once you get it going, then that would be the base funding. And
Correct. It would be rolling forward once that's the base funding, and then any increases and things would roll in on top of the 4.5.
Okay, thank you.
Acting Deputy, Supervisor Jordy.
Supervisor Jordy.
Just a question. The estimate, and I realize it's probably not super precise, of $4.5 million. Is that estimated to be $4.5 million of general fund dollars or total fully loaded costs for all employees, regardless of their departmental funding source?
I'm looking to Deputy CEO Sherry, and she's saying general fund. This is the general fund impact.
Okay. And is that the fully loaded cost, including the roll-up for pension costs, FICA, that kind of thing?
Correct.
Okay.
Acting Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce, I do want to make a comment that on the prior slide, it has been updated. A revised slide has been published. I just wanted to make that note. So then going on to the next slide, sales tax projections, as CEO Antle noted earlier, the state is showing an increase in sales tax revenue. However, the county is experiencing the opposite, as we are seeing a decrease of 8.6%, which is mostly related to the cannabis industry. And additionally, there would have been a greater loss, but the price of fuel is offsetting that loss. So next, I'll turn it over to Acting Deputy CEO Tim Holman.
Hello, Board. Acting Deputy CEO Tim Holman. What you're looking at now is the first of 3 slides showing some trends that we're trying to bring forward so that you can get a view of where our budget is normally at certain times of the year. In this particular case, we have the first graph, which shows a percentage of how much we would normally receive as a revenue for ND. Well, the non-departmental revenue is usually referred to as the general fund revenue. Of course, a significant portion of our revenues that we receive at the beginning of the year is from property taxes, and most of those aren't received till December. So, of course, when you're looking at quarter one from year to year to year, we don't seem to receive very much. That's part of the reason why we went with the percentages, is because looking at the dollar amounts, it can be a little bit scary that we have not received any money in any quantities in that first quarter of the year. But that is a normal trend, as you can see from this picture, for the last 4 or 5 years. We also did the same trend over here for our operating expenses, the 2000 series we'll sometimes refer to it. It is just our general expenses. You can also see that in the last 5 years we have trimmed that down as far as what we're spending in the first quarter. And you can just see that it has slowly declined all the way down to where in the first quarter we're only spending 10%. And it is a nice even curve showing where departments have reined themselves in for that first quarter in each year.
If I could ask a question. So according to the second chart on page 13, is that it looks to me like in the last 5 years, we've reduced our expenses by 50% practically in the first quarter.
In the first quarter, it's a little bit misleading by showing it as a percentage with the expenses because as we go into the further quarters, and of course we can present that in the future if you wish, we will see probably that we'll see an increase. Generally speaking, the 2000 series expenses have remained pretty static. We have been tightening them up. We have been putting more controls on like the contracts and some of the other items that are coming through. But I think as we go through the year, you'll actually see that that percentage slope will actually increase back up a little bit in order to meet the actual expense amount.
And then underneath, it says the second graph, operating expenses for Fund 1100. Is that Fund 1100?
1100 is considered the general fund. So if anytime you're seeing 1100 on our any of our documentation, that is for general fund expenses, and it is for general funded. So it does not include things like social services and public health.
Yeah, so it's not the 1000 series.
The 1000 series would actually be salaries.
Yeah.
Yep.
Jordy?
Yeah, Tim, I'm curious if the reason why you selected the first quarter for your chart on the non-wages and benefits expenses going down was because that's the last quarter, the last year that we have a quarter where we have, I don't know, guess the books were closed. But as you noted, I mean, a department might be cautious on their, non-wages and salaries and benefits expenses at the beginning of the year. And I'm not saying all departments do this, but it could be that some departments, spend that budget line item at the end of the year. So to be looking at the first quarter expense may not be terribly important. To me, it's more, what did they spend in 4 quarters, all 4 quarters. So even if you don't have all 4 quarters for fiscal year 21-22, could you at least go back, to fiscal year 2021 and prior and show us what the full, 4 quarter expenses were? Because that is ultimately the line item that really matters, right? I mean, it's the amount that was spent over the course of a fiscal year. Is that line trending down, going from 20% to 10% of total budget, or is that hovering really close to 20%?
If I may, through the chair, Acting Deputy CEO Tim Hallman. You are correct. We could stretch this out. The primary reason that I chose Q1 was, of course, because we just finished doing the Q1 report. We do feel pretty confident that we could probably go out to the mid-year at this time. But I just wanted to go ahead and start showing a report that could show a quarterly trend. Of course, if you're interested in this graph and you're interested in the information presented, I can definitely go ahead and expand the scope that we're looking at for the trends and give you both an annual trend as well as go quarter by quarter that we're confident that we have the information on those quarters.
Yeah, I'd appreciate if you could, revise it so that it's encompassing the entire fiscal year, so we can see is there really a downward trend in non-wage expenses.
McGordy.
Yeah, I just would want to second that idea that these are really immensely helpful to have trend charts and to be able to know in a glance sort of what's going on there, and we haven't had these all the time. So I really appreciate having them in a financial report and hope that we can see more of them in the future.
So, Acting Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce, I will go over the next two slides. The next two slides relate strictly to the salary and benefits for Fund 1100. And these ones are actually looking at the full fiscal year and not the quarters because it's a little harder to break out. But what we wanted to kind of show was that, as you can see, the staffing at the bottom of the slides, the staffing has remained fairly consistent, but each category of expenses continues to rise. So on this page, we're looking at salaries in the first graph on the left, and then just the retirement benefit on the graph on the right. And then if we go to the next slide, we're looking at benefits excluding health and retirement. And then the graph on the right is just the health insurance premium. And as you can see, all of the graphs have, incrementally gone up year over year, but the staffing has kind of remained the same. Okay, so then moving on, we're going to discuss the fiscal year 2023 remaining funding needs. So currently we had deferred Q1 requests of a little over $1 million for the health plan premium increase, which was about $685,000, and the refunding of the certificates of participation. There's another additional legal fee request of $200,000. And then removal of wage grades under 1742, which equates to about $260,000. And then the 2% COLA for the general fund budget units through June 30th of 2023 is about $978,000. And of the $978,000, there's about $250,000 that relate to the pension impacts. So the total funding need to finish out fiscal year 22-23 is close to $2.5 million. So now I'm going to turn it over to CEO Darcy Antle.
So question on that last slide, the 2.49 million, is that to get us to a balanced budget?
With these requests, it would get us to, it's what's being requested to balance the budget.
So it would be a balanced budget at that stage?
I'm going to defer to CEO Antle or Auditor Controller Treasurer Tax Collector Shamise.
At that point, you would still have future obligations. So that does not cover your health plan deficit, which is now $3.6 million. The future need of your compaction and alignment, the jail expansion, the CIP work, and then the ongoing of ITMP. So the biggest outstanding item you would have at that point is your health plan deficit.
Why is
for the next 6 months.
Why? So going back a slide, was it 2.49?
2.4.
Would that balance our budget now? I know in the future we're going to have other obligations like the health plan that'll run over, but would we be balanced in the moment?
If you're talking operational to the moment, yes, but you still have a health plan deficit from 2021.
Thank you. I guess my point is it's not really a balanced budget if we're not including funding for all of the current obligations, and the health plan deficit isn't a future obligation, it's a current if it was 2021.
That's correct. So the future obligations, I kind of went over them very quickly just now, but there are future obligations that you have that are going to come very, very soon. As IT had mentioned, they have done a lot of really great work recently, but funds are needed to continue this work, which will further the strategic plan. So we really need funding here. We need funding for the implementation of the strategic plan. One thing that you do have coming up that could free up some funds, we're not saying how much at this time because we haven't taken the deeper dive into it, but the COP is the Certificate of Participation will be paid off in fiscal year 2030. And that averages about 1.9 million a year. And then the pension obligation bonds will be paid off in 2027, and that's about 7.8. We do assume some of that money will continue to be ongoing out of that 7.8 to continue to fund the pensions obligations. So I think at this time, if there's no questions about the future obligations, I'll turn it over to Supervisor McGordy.
So the budget ad hoc is met, and we've come up with some recommendations. We want you all to consider them. So the first is to obligate the first round of local assistance and tribal consistency fund allocation of $994,521 to fund a portion of one-time needs deferred from quarter one and additional legal fees. Our total one-time needs, funding needs at the moment are $1,253,827.
Sorry, through the chair, what does that include, the 1.2 specifically? Is on a
Defer to CEO Antle.
Acting Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce. So if we go back to the funding needs slide, it's the deferred needs from Q1 of $1,053,827, and then the additional legal fees of the $200,000.
So we recommend funding the pension portion of the 2% COLA from retirement contribution designated reserve, which we, if I understand correctly, there's $4.5 million in that reserve that we could use for funding the pension portion. Maintain current vacancy rate for all non-mandated general fund budget units, excluding any positions currently in recruitment. So this is tough. So we're going to say let's have a hiring freeze unless they're already in recruitment. Direct staff to begin 3-year budget forecasting aligned with strategic plan initiatives. We've invested in a strategic plan. We want to use it. We think it's a good plan. And this is how you really do great planning, is you take your strategic plan and align it with your budget, because budget, of course, is planning in itself. Consider decommissioning buildings, services by consolidation, which will reduce maintenance and overhead costs. So a couple things we should consider. Animal control on the coast, which we might be able to find some assistance with from the Humane Society, as I understand it. And also Mariposa Park and Perkins River access, try to find someone to take those over or otherwise decommission them. Mariposa Park in particular is kind of like a major risk, I think. I see Supervisor Mulheron has a question.
Yes, I had a question about the retirement contribution and how much money that is, as well as what is the cost savings from the hiring freeze. What does that look like for the budget?
Acting Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce, the $250,000 of the 2% COLA is what is the impact for the pension, which currently the designated reserve is at $4.5 million. Relating to the maintaining current vacancy rate, I would have to defer to CEO Antle or Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson?
We currently don't have that exact number. In discussions with the department heads, they believe they can maintain and absorb the 2% increase in their current budgets if they maintain or are able to maintain their current vacancy rate. Again, that does not include that's non-mandated. That does not include public safety positions.
So I'll speak to one department, and that would be DOT, which has positions that are vacant, and I don't have the jobs portion of our website pulled up in front of me right now, but I know that we're approaching winter season, which with storms and whatnot is pretty busy time for them. So I'm concerned about the impact of not trying to have additional staffing to be onboarded to possibly have to fill in for people that may be out sick or injured. I mean, I understand that we need to control our costs, but I'm concerned about just a blanket hiring freeze without an economic analysis.
Well, and, remember, these are recommendations. Those are good points. I think there's also issues associated with safety that we'd take into account, probably in formulating a plan.
CEO Antle, if I may, through the chair, it's not a hiring freeze. I mean, this is maintaining your current vacancy rate, which means if somebody leaves, you can hire into that position. It wouldn't be hiring new staff. And the majority of what DOT, and I haven't spoke with Howard directly, so hopefully I don't know if he's on, he can address the issue better than I can. He does hire some seasonal extra help folks to come in and do some of the work, and depending on the size and the amount of storm, we may have other funding streams that we can use to help cover some of that. But Clerk Kim, are you seeing Howard? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so next recommendation is consider looking at surplus vehicles and eliminating them, which will reduce maintenance and overhead costs. So we're trying to come up with a criteria for that. It could be vehicles that are used less than 6,000 miles a year. Again, these are recommendations that aren't completely fleshed out, so we still have to have some discussions. Consider utilizing telework capabilities to reduce space needs, noting anyone who works 3 days or more from remote would have a shared space when on site. So that would be the idea that we don't need as much office space as we did in the past. Consider obligating a percentage of retirement contribution for general fund budgets units from the retirement contribution designated reserve. So again, we do have money in the reserve for retirement contributions, and I might call on Supervisor Jordan to explain this a little bit, because I know in the past he's had really good understanding of our reserves and what we're capable of doing with it.
Yeah, thank you. So in past years, the board attempted to rebuild the reserves, going back in time before any of us. And when the 2008 recession hit, the county, all reserves combined, including state funds, were a total of $7 million, which was nothing really for an organization this large. And so the county had to go through, eliminating, I think it was about 20% of all county jobs, 10% cutback in salaries. I mean, it was pretty horrible. And so in the years after that, the board was attempting to more fully fund the organization, but also build up reserves. And in the later years, when I was on the board, one of the reserves that we were building up, which didn't exist before, we just kind of called it the pension reserve. Ideas for how exactly to use it ranged at different times. One idea was to use it, as you're suggesting here, to pay in a fiscal emergency, to pay the pension-related costs of salaries. Another, as you're talking about it in the earlier suggested point, paying the pension-related cost to this COLA, because obviously a part of any COLA is on top of that, the pension contribution. And then also we had at different times also, I guess thinking things were a little more robust, we thought maybe we could contribute the money just directly into the pension fund, and so it could be invested in the market. So it looks like, if I could ask for clarification, it looks like the two separate bullet points are really looking to be like they're asking two different points. One is, and I think we're probably all on board with this, which is paying the pension-related cost of the 2% COLA for all county employees out of that pension reserve. Obviously, we need to pay that not just this year, but forever, and at least until, at least we need to until we can free up some future dollars when the pension obligation bonds are paid off in 2027. So that's 5 years away. On top of that, are you also, is the ad hoc also recommending paying just a portion of all other general fund contributions to the pension fund out of that reserve? Because one downside of that is then we would not have additional monies for that $4.5 million available in the next 2 or 3 or 4 years. If there was money for a COLA, we wouldn't have the pension reserve to pay the pension-related cost of any future COLAs.
It's not decided. Maybe I'll defer this question to Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce.
So Acting Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce. Yes, one of the things that we discussed during the budget ad hoc was to consider funding the current retirement or pension contributions for the general fund from the reserve, but it was just a consideration for the full board to discuss.
We may not have a choice in the matter. We may have to do that. Certainly, my own wish would be we could hold on to these pension reserves so that, and I have no idea if we can afford another COLA in 2 or 3 months when we're back at the bargaining table. I seriously doubt we can. But let's say another year from now or a year and a half from now, in a subsequent bargaining cycle, if we were looking at a COLA then, there will be new pension contributions on top of that future COLA. And I would like to think we could still have that pension reserve to tap into to pay the pension share of those future COLAs until we can get to 2027.
I tend to support your point of view, so this is something we'll have to discuss as a board moving forward. I like having designated reserves and having them as absolute fallbacks when everything else fails, because a lot of times everything else fails. So, and your logic makes sense to me. Okay, any other comments or questions on that before we move on? Yes, CEO Antle.
If I may, through the chair, I do want to point out, I'm not quite sure I was 100% clear a few minutes ago, but to have a legally balanced budget, and this is to Supervisor Williams' question, we would need $6.1 million.
Ouch. Okay. All right. So kind of our last point is consider deferring funding needs until mid-year or when fiscal year end 2021 is brought forward, whichever is sooner. I believe that's our recommendations.
Well, I have a point. I appreciate these recommendations, and certainly we've got some hard decisions to make. At the same time, my question is the process. And when I guess I raised the question about 6 months ago about the ad hoc's work on the budget. And at the time it was we're not dealing with the budget, we're not developing budget, we're not doing that. In the last we heard, we had the budget ad hoc that was working with the auditor's office and figuring out what reports were needed for the board. I appreciate Supervisor Mulheron and her comments a couple of years ago about the ad hoc for cannabis and wanting to make the decisions as a full board. And now we have this budget ad hoc that's really on their own, or behind closed doors, coming up with these recommendations. I think that this really is a standing committee effort, because I don't see the budget going away. I think that this is ongoing, And then we also have a proposal to decommission Mariposa Park, Perkins River access. And I thought we had an ad hoc working on the parks. And so I think that it gets very convoluted and dicey when we're dealing with these issues. So again, I think that the full board needs to consider all of this and other things that we aren't even considering at this point. Like this morning we heard about $25,000 to figure out if the equity program was legally compliant with the federal law. And then we heard that there's an option of going to the Attorney General. So I would propose that the board voted 4-1 to go forward with that outside counsel on that. But I would think that at this point, we should just go with the Attorney General and wait and see what they say. So that would save us $25,000 right off the top.
If I may, Mr. Through the chair, I'm happy to go that route, and I was assuming that's the direction the board would want to go. But I do want to be clear, there hasn't been a budget adjustment for that $25,000, so that would save you money that you haven't actually allocated yet. So I don't know that saves you anything towards your 6.1.
Okay. So I guess the big point is the process that we're using to develop the budget at this point.
So John, I don't think the ad hoc has any issue doing it as a full board. We put together that we're short $6.1 million. We have to have a balanced budget. And so if you don't like these ideas, offer some others. I mean, nothing is attractive. There aren't any cuts that don't cause some amount of pain and discomfort. And we were looking at what's not public safety. And this is what we came up with. Supervisor.
Well, if I could just add to that. I guess my question for County Council is it appropriate to have an ad hoc that's dealing with budget and this will be ongoing?
If I may respond to the chair, just to be clear, I believe that what we have historically referred to as the budget ad hoc has not been an ad hoc for the purposes of creating the budget or crafting budget recommendations. It's been a process of designating two supervisors to be able to observe the administrative budget process, to be able to be better educated and better informed as to the information and the process that's going into the crafting of the recommended budget without giving them input that goes sort of beyond what the other board members have. I don't think that prevents two board members from getting together and making some proposals. But I do think that if you were to designate a committee for all things budget, then you do start to venture into standing committee territory. So it is an area to be careful. I do think it would be important to be careful, not just about the actual work that's being done, but also just about some of the labels that are getting used as well. Because sometimes we've used shorthand to refer to ad hocs that have more limited process that sometimes implies they have a much broader scope. And I think in some cases that can also cause some confusion among the board and the committee members as well as the public.
Yeah, well, when I see the budget ad hoc recommendations, I feel like that's been power that's usurped, or
I would just.
Well, these are just ideas. I mean, the ad hoc has no authority to turn any of these into reality without the full board. So, like I said, if you don't like these, we could scrap this whole slide, but we've got to come up with $6.1 million of cuts to balance the budget. Supervisor McGordy?
Yeah, I would just liken this to cleaning up the dishes after the party. And, we've had the year go by, we spent our money, and now we're looking sort of at the debris that's left that we're going to have to clean up and figure out how to pay for. And it's also been kind of unusual just because of the transition of a new auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector. We haven't, gotten our closings for the fiscal year, which is on its way, if I understand correctly, that by the first week of January we should have that. And in the interim, I think that Supervisor Williams and I are trying to be proactive and think about this now so that we can put these on the table. And yeah, maybe some of the ideas aren't so good. Maybe there's some other stuff that's better that that one of the other supervisors can think of that would maybe not be so harmful, but still get us to the goal of getting across the finish line with a balanced budget. So that's what I'm thinking.
Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, well, first of all, I want to thank Supervisors Williams and McGordy for taking the time to commit to writing some suggestions. I think they're all very valid suggestions. I think it's true. We probably all have additional suggestions because honestly, as you guys would say, these by themselves won't quite get us there. So some additional thoughts that I would like to put on the table, and these aren't necessarily things that could be done in the next 6 months, but they are things that could be initiated anytime, and that is. We've had the last 2 elected sheriffs have publicly supported the idea of saving the taxpayers' money by consolidating the 24 dispatch center that the sheriff's office operates with the 24/7 dispatch center that the city of Ukiah operates with providing service to the city of Fort Bragg. I think everybody who looks at it says this is a no-brainer. It can work. It's just a matter of people dedicating the time to reason together, work together, county, city, and developing a common management plan to commonly consolidate those services where you have to have 24/7 coverage. We could have better coverage with lower costs to the taxpayers, saving the county money, saving the city's money. I mean, it just needs to happen. That's one thing. I'd like to see that initiated. Another thing is we know that unfortunately, the insurance costs are higher, and all the employees who are enrolled in the county insurance plan are going to see some pretty big increases in the not too distant future with that. And we've discussed that really it makes a lot of sense, and I know this is going to happen for there to be an employee committee to look at options. And I just put it out there that. For employees who are, going to be having a tough time paying the true cost of their share, 25% of the true cost of the healthcare plan, I think we need to, everybody needs to look at the idea of offering employees the option to select a less expensive plan so that there's 2 plans available to county employees, not 2 Cadillac plans, but a Cadillac plan and a less expensive plan. That would be available. So those are a couple things that I think we need to be, and I think we are committed to working on those things. But those are 2 ideas that are I think we need to tackle.
Supervisor Jordy, I support you on that. How do you think we get from the idea to some action? And I think on the dispatch idea, we need to coordinate with Sheriff Kendall.
Darcy Antle, CEO. I would like to point out I do have time reserved for continuing this discussion or future bringing these items back next week on the 13th.
Supervisor Jordy, would you be comfortable with those 2 ideas coming back with whatever rough cost estimate staff can provide on potential savings?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. Since we sounds like we might be continuing this to next week, I also wonder about the capital improvements. I specifically wonder about cosmetic things like flooring and painting, but I also wonder about any roofing projects that may, or any projects on buildings that may come out that we are not going to retain after we have a space needs assessment. And I was generally unimpressed with our first go round, and so I hope that what we get out of the next round is some real numbers about some buildings that we could release, especially considering that we do want to move more towards telework.
So a lot of good ideas. I don't know that any of these will free up 6.1 million to balance the budget, and that's on a bit of a short time schedule. I think the ideas we're brainstorming are good long-term savings. We need 6.1 in the short term. Supervisor Haschak?
Well, I was going to just go down the list and, the Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Fund, it seems like, we can use that if, it seems like there's probably agreement that that's a good use of that money. And I just had a question about the additional legal fees on that item. And what does that actually mean?
I might look to the executive office. I don't believe that's part of my budget. So I've just been informed that is an item that will be going through my office. It's related to some auditing services that are contemplated in connection with some legal issues that the board has asked us to take a look at.
Okay. Okay, so if we can agree that we use the LATCF funds, and then the second one is the fund pension portion of 2% COLA from the retirement contribution designated reserve. And how much would could we use of the 4.5 million that's in that reserve?
Acting Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce, I believe we would need to have County Council also discuss that.
If I understand the slide correctly, I believe that there's about 250,000 of the contemplated costs that are pension related. I don't think there's any question those would be appropriate. I need to talk to the auditor a little bit more based on how it's designated in the budget. I believe that the board could potentially access the entire thing with a 4/5 vote. Since it's not general reserve, it doesn't appear to be special fund revenue, and it's not considered to be irrevocably dedicated until such time as the money is actually obligated. But changing an appropriation is a 4/5 vote. That being said, I know that sometimes our labels are not necessarily telling the whole story, so I would just want to verify that with the auditor.
Okay. But if we just used it for the expenses that are incurred with the salary adjustments and everything like that, that would be 250,000. So right there we have 1.5 million. If we're in agreement to use that 250.
For clarification, I believe when we looked at these numbers, or at least when I looked at these numbers and discussed with staff the use of the funds, paying the pension-related costs to a 2% COLA through 2020-27, which is when we free up $5 million a year in general fund dollars with the conclusion of paying off the pension obligation bond, that eats up, I believe, something in the neighborhood of $2.5 million of the $4.5 million. So I really think if we're committing to this 2% COLA, and I thought that we were going to use this to pay the pension-related costs through 2027, I think at a minimum, we would have to commit that for that cost through 2027. At the most, we would have $2 million left over, I believe, if the numbers are correct, that we would have for other pension-related costs unrelated to the 2% COLA. Because we can't just pay the 2% COLA this year. We have to pay it every year forever. But in 2027, we no longer pay the pension obligation bonds. We may have some other things online we may have more compliance on property tax payments, et cetera. But I think I think it'd be a mistake to spend the rest of the $4.5 million, other than just this year's payment on the COLA.
But if I could get clarification on that, Supervisor Jurdy. So if we were to pay for the next 5 years and it was $250 per year, that's 1.25.
But the $250,000 is only because it's only in effect for 6 months of this fiscal year.
Oh.
Next fiscal year be in effect for 12 months.
Okay. Well, it seems like the other items on the list, we don't really have, dollars put to them. And we don't, so how do we move forward without having, we want to move forward with the concept and put dollars to them later?
So you have short-term, you have a couple of short-term options, and the rest of these would be long-term, right? And so we're engaged in this conversation, looking for input from the board. We've received some input, 3 or 4 things to come back with you. So any additional input is appreciated.
Well, if I could add that, I think that looking at Mariposa Park and Perkins River access is a good start, but I think that we really need to look at the whole system of our parks. And we want to provide parks for people, but we also have to do it in a way that we can be good partners, at least, with whoever's running those parks. And I think that that might have some savings there for us for the whole park system.
Supervisor Malorty.
You're absolutely right, and we started to look at some potential partnerships, and I don't know, maybe Supervisor Mulhern can jump in here and talk a little bit about some of the things we thought might help us with generating some revenue, because our parks are extraordinary underperformers in terms of revenue, and yet they're nice places to go, they're desirable places to go. They weren't really set up to capture revenue. So, that's one of the biggest problems we have, is that access to them. You think about Mill Creek Park as an example. There's a long road that goes through with places where you pull out. It's not a park that's gated, that there's only one way in, and where you could collect fees. And so I know that Department Head Janelle Rao, Director Rao has looked at this and thought about it. If she's still here, we might have a quick summary of what potentials we might have for gaining revenue, or if Supervisor Mulhern wants to join in.
Yeah, we had Supervisor Mulhern next in the queue.
Yeah, so it would be a long-term strategy, and it wouldn't be quick money for this year, but we have been talking about creating a membership-style program where you support the parks through paying access fees. We've been talking to Visit Mendocino County about promotional opportunities, and 3 of our water accesses in Potter Valley and the Russian River access at Perkins would be part of the Russian River Confluence, which is a partnership between Mendocino County and Sonoma County to increase river access. And at least for the Perkins Street access, the city of Ukiah does have some interest in helping support a potential programming at that park. So I think that there are opportunities for our parks, but I don't know that they're going to be quick, that we're going to be able to offload them quickly. Or come up with a program. The other thing that I really think that Mendocino County needs to look at, working with the state, is creating a parks program much like they have on the coast for the future Great Redwood Trail, including the Russian River access and Lake Mendocino, and potentially having a parks program that's not run through the county, but that captures that three-legged tourism stool that inland Mendocino County really needs to support our economy. So I'm not super excited about the idea of just unloading Perkins River access, because it does have some real opportunities. I mean, if the city of Ukiah is willing to take it on, then I understand that, and I would appreciate that. I would be grateful for that. But also, we, in my opinion, should not be so short-sighted to just lose these opportunities, especially when larger conversations about inland tourism opportunities are happening, like the Great Redwood Trail, like the Russian River Confluence, and like what needs to happen at Lake Mendocino.
And Jordy?
Yeah, I mean, I know this is going to sound a little cold-hearted, but it's like, we have 300 miles of county paved roads that we know will never be repaved unless there's a funding stream that we don't have right now to pave them. We have 300 miles that will be paved, 300 miles that won't be paved. How can we maintain? We can't maintain. How can we maintain the pretense that we're going to keep these 5 or 6 county parks that are basically neighborhood parks, we have to, I think we need to set a schedule where in the next 2 to 3 years, a certain date and point in time, they will be offloaded. We will put them on the open market. If no nonprofit steps forward, if no community service district steps forward, there's a deadline. And because we do not have the money to maintain our county roads, how can we maintain ownership of these 6 neighborhood parks? It's not, it hasn't been sustainable. We could offer any group that wants to take them that we will promise future park bond funds that the county could receive towards those park improvements. We could certainly be a partner, which would give them sort of most favored nation status, you could say, that no other park in the county would receive that because they were not formerly county parks. But I think it's not realistic to maintain this in our portfolio. We've got 65 parcels that the county owns, 65 different properties. We have to find a way, we have to have a strategy to unload some of those 65 properties. And those 6 parks are among the 65 that have to be unloaded.
All right, a lot of good ideas here. I think we need to steer back onto the item, which is in the short term, the next few months, we need to identify $6.1 million. And if we don't want an ad hoc brainstorming ideas, we could do it as a group. We could agendize it and we could all brainstorm, or we could have all 5 supervisors contact staff with their ideas. Somehow we need to get to that 6.1, irrespective of, what revenue generation we have years out. Any thoughts on how to, before we table this item, how to collectively identify the necessary cuts? Supervisor McCourty.
So the first thing I would recommend is that we bring this back if there's a time slot on the next meeting, and try to monetize some of these things that are ideas, but try to figure out exactly what would they actually save. Because it again, it may be insignificant or it may be actually useful. So there's something that would be good to have some numbers on these so we can better make decisions.
If I might ask for clarification through the chair, is that numbers as to how much will be saved over the next 6 months, or how much might be saved on an ongoing basis once it's fully implemented?
Both.
Supervisor Haschek.
We have the meeting next week, and I guess there's time when that's scheduled for budget discussions. I think that the staff needs to come back with throwing everything on the wall, and seeing what sticks, what we're up for, because we got to consider a lot of things, and I just think that having a discussion with the full board is the way to go.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, just for clarification, to be helpful to staff, what I was suggesting is that this 2% COLA, we would allocate the pension reserve funds to pay the pension-related costs of the 2% COLA through to 2027. And then the remaining dollars, which I believe is in the neighborhood of $2 million, if we have to, use those $2 million to pay all other pension costs related with this fiscal year budget. So that's, we're already now at this point, we're about $3.5 million for this fiscal year.
CEO, do you have what you need from us?
Yes, I believe I do.
All right, let's do public comment. Is there any public comment in the room? Any public comment online?
There is comment in the room.
Good afternoon, Carrie Shattuck. I'm curious with the Whitmore Lane property that was $804,000 of COVID funds were spent there. $12 24-hour security? What's happening with that property? Is it like long-term going to be a facility, or what's happening with that property? Also, as Hashak mentioned, how much interest did the county pay for all these COVID funds that were received? You know, none of that was discussed when you were accepting grants and all this money of what it was really going to cost in the long term, waiting for them to pay. And recently I saw the county owns a Dodge Charger that was driving around on a Saturday. Someone I know tried to follow them to see where they were going on a Saturday, and they ended up losing them. But, you know, there's a lot, you know, government is known for spending a lot of money frivolously. And I think if you really want to tighten your belt, you're going to have to look at every department of what, you know, owning a Dodge Charger, I think, is ridiculous for the county. So, you know, I think that looking at every department and seeing what, you know, what departments can really cut some money, you know, you're going to find quite a bit of money that's being wasted in our county. Thank you.
Well, if I could reply, the Whitmore Lane is what's going to be the PUF, the psychiatric hospital facility. And so that's the same building, but it's going to be demolished.
Seeing no further comment, I invite a motion.
Mr. Chair, I would recommend that we accept this list as recommendations for potential budget savings and continue this discussion until the next meeting, December 13th.
Second.
Roll call.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
And Chair Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item 4H, master fee schedule, sponsored by the Executive Office.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. CEO Antle, County Council
So we
Curtis.
should probably ask, has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established.
Okay, then I'm going to open the hearing. Does the clerk or board have any correspondence or telephone calls to note?
No telephone calls to note, and any comments would have been uploaded via the e-comment portal or sent to the full Board of Supervisors at bos@mendocinocounty.org.
Thank you. We're ready for the staff presentation.
Hello again. This is Acting Deputy CEO Tim Hallman. Hello, Supervisors. Chair Williams, CEO Antle, County Council Curtis. What you have before you is our semi-annual fee hearing update. I will go ahead and share my screen right now. Here's the revised proposed fee change memo. The two lines to note here are for cannabis fees. We had a prior version uploaded, and we now have the current version. These fees are reflected in the Exhibit X, the master fee schedule, so they were correct on that. They are just changed on this fee memo. So we have that available for you out there online. We also do have 4 departments that are presenting here for proposed fees. There is a potential impact of an increase in revenue for the county for upwards of $362,000 annually if these fees are accepted as they appear. Of course, I'd entertain any questions. The staff are available from the various departments to answer any questions that are directed for specific departments.
I have a question.
Supervisor Haschek.
So you just said that if the behavioral health and recovery services are increased, that would be an increase of revenue. $260,000 or whatever.
If I may, through the chair, in the case of behavioral health, I can go ahead and ask Janine Miller to step in and answer the question to this. It's my understanding from a top high level that behavioral health will not actually see a change in revenue because they're just doing a fee maintenance on this, and she would have more information on what's going on
Because
there.
it's being contracted out.
Janine Miller would definitely, Dr. Miller would definitely be better.
Good afternoon, Dr. Janine Miller, Behavioral Health Director. Our fees, you won't see a revenue increase because 95% of our services are contracted out. We are required by the state to post our fees yearly so that the public knows what we're billing Medi-Cal. As you know, these are all rates that are billed to Medi-Cal. We operate on a cost-based reimbursement, which requires us to do a method. We have three options of a method from the state. We do a relative value in Mendocino County, which is what most counties do to determine their rates. And then the state has an up to amount. You have to be able to justify those dollar amounts or you will owe money back to the state when they do your cost report, which is why we do a relative value method, as we don't want to have to pay back dollars in 5 to 10 years from now for services we didn't adequately analyze our rates for. These rates, as you won't see you're not going to see a major revenue increase as noted. These are mainly rates we have to post. We have to align with our contracted rates also. And so we post them yearly. You won't see these rates next year. The state is moving with Cal Ames to a fee for service reimbursement. The state will be setting the rate based on the classification of the individual that is providing the service. And so this will be our last year that we have to do this method.
Okay, thank you. And the other question is about the cannabis fees, that there's questions because of the appeal of application denial, and this is a new program, and so there is questions received about the amount of time it would take, especially for these phase 1 and phase 2 people who have been under review for the last 5 years. So I guess the question is for the cannabis department of the kind of the reality of the time needed to do this kind of review for an appeal.
Yeah, hello. I'm Kristen Neville, Director of the County of Mendocino Cannabis Department. So we based our review time for the department's analysis on the administrative appeal fee timelines or justifications established by Planning and Building Services. Granted, that administrative appeal process does include public notification, going to Planning and Building for review. We subtracted those extras that were not relevant to our program. So we do believe that this is a pretty well-rounded and researched timeline. Ultimately, in order to conduct an appeal or an administrative review at the department, we are going to be tasked with, or staff will be tasked with, completely reviewing that application packet as a whole. So it's almost a complete re-review of the application to get to the point where we have a report prepared and the ability to sit down with the applicant and perhaps their agent to discuss the reasons for denial and determine whether or not that denial should be upheld or overturned.
Well, will the whole application need to be reviewed, because it seems like the denial will be based on one particular aspect?
A denial may be based on one particular aspect. It may be based on multiple aspects. So in order to do due diligence and I think be of service in this appeal program, it really is important that department staff consider the application as a whole. And ultimately, that report coming out of the work conducted to consider the application as a whole and reasons that it may have been denied is going to be important for the applicant should the department uphold that denial, because those materials are what's going to be necessary to move forward if that applicant chooses to go to an appeal hearing with a hearing officer.
Thank you.
Chair Williams, this is Acting Deputy CEO. I don't see any other questions or any other hands raised in the room.
Okay. I do see on Zoom we have two. Public comment from Michael Katz.
Good afternoon, supervisors and county staff. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance, calling in regards to the fees for the appeals. I do see that it looks as though the materials were revised. Initially, what was shared, there was numbers that were in the attachment 5 and attachment 3 that did not align. So that was confusing. It now seems like those numbers have been aligned, but I do want to appreciate Supervisor Haschek's question. You know, the operators who are going to be seeking this service will have just had their applications thoroughly reviewed again. And so understanding that people have put tons and tons of time, effort, energy, and resources into this process, and then to find themselves in front of this denial and then to be forced to pay these fees in order to proceed with that appeal, with all of the confusion that has come from the program, it just seems excessive and additionally onerous when we are trying to, as the board has directed numerous times, keep as many people in the program as possible. So I would definitely still urge a full reconsideration of these fees being proposed. We support the creation of a separate fee schedule for those that have already applied and are renewing through phase 1 and phase 2 versus new folks coming in through phase 3. The people who have been given embossed receipts, being the phase 1 and phase 2 operators. We also would like clarification in here that fee waivers can be utilized for equity operators, but also for non-equity operators to deal with these appeal fees once amounts are determined. And we certainly believe that any applicant whose denial is overturned through the appeal process should be refunded the fees they paid. People have been trying to maintain compliance for all these years. There have been many issues of confusion and lack of correct consideration in many of these applications. And so we would hate to see a slew of people whose denials are overturned then still being charged these outrageous fees. So ultimately, we are concerned that this and the other items that have come up recently around the appeals process are leading towards a wave of denials from the program. And if the board truly stands by its past commitments that it'd like to see operators who are trying to work with the county stay in the program, it must make every effort to implement a truly fair and meaningful appeals process. And please consider these comments and adjusting the fees that are proposed. Thank you.
Paul Hansberry.
Yes, good afternoon. It seems to me that in the past there was a appeals process, which is where they got their numbers from that research. But there was an administrative before it got to the planning commission and the complete review and the full-blown appeals and the board of appeals or whatever it would take, that there was an opportunity for the applicant to come in and express and explain things that may have been misinterpreted in the application. Lots of times things are lost in translation when you're given a set of documents, or if they don't understand what the documents or what's being asked for, if it's just done digitally through documentation and they don't have the chance to explain the reasons or the rationale behind that. An interview process before these fees, an opportunity for them to come in and explain themselves would go a long way to streamline this appeals process, number one. So I would strongly urge that that first step be reinstituted as it was, years ago with the thing. And also, as before, my partner Susan here has some comments she would like to make.
Thank you, Paul. Hello, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for allowing me to speak on this issue. For many of us, these fees, over $1,000 certainly, feel very punitive in as much as some of us have spent thousands of dollars already meeting the various benchmarks and have gone now several years with no income. We're just hanging on. So if we want to keep those who are hanging on and not lose any more people, I respectfully request certainly what Paul just mentioned, where the applicant could come in and actually present her case and touch on areas that might have been neglected or misunderstood. And secondarily, certainly there needs to be a payment plan. For many of us, coming up with $1,000, $2,000 now is virtually impossible, but we want to be fair to everybody, and so we would request at least a payment plan with no interest where we could pay off these fees. Thank you very much.
Hannah Nelson.
Well,
hello, this is Hannah Nelson. I just wanted to clarify that hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I tried 3 times. My comment is really about the careful review of how many hours it is likely to take for both mainly the department to review any materials for an appeal as compared to what they may have just reviewed in the actual denial that they have issued or determination that they have issued. I think that the reasoning for a differentiation between those that already have embossed receipts and have been operating is that they have not only, as Ms. Tibbins indicated, complied with resubmissions and a lot is lost in translation, et cetera, but also have just been reviewed and potentially just now denied, as opposed to in future years or future applications or future phases, it seems that there could be some greater length of time between the time that the department makes that determination and when an appeal may happen. So I really request that you look at that and also, as previously suggested, scale the fees appropriately to the stage of the review. If it's a departmental review without a formal hearing, those fees should be much less, and payment plans, fee waivers, et cetera. Thank you very much.
And that concludes public comment. Does staff have any final remarks?
Acting Deputy CEO Tim Hallman. I just want to make sure that everybody's aware this is our first attempt at the new Policy 47. Coming in April, there will be a much larger fee hearing that is intended to be brought forward, because at that time we will have had a much longer time to review both the age of some of these fees that are available out there, as well as the possibility that we will have enacted some of our MOUs, and it may be necessary to go ahead and reach out to some of those departments in order to increase based upon any increases that are intended to come forward with those MOUs. So again, this is a smaller fee hearing. It's our first stab at the new Policy 47. In April, we will definitely be bringing forward a much more robust and a much larger fee hearing to be presented, and it will probably consume a little bit more time as well.
Thank you. Any questions for staff or the public? Supervisor Haschek.
Yeah, one question, a comment I had regarding the cannabis fees is that, if these people who appeal the ruling, the denial, and then that's overturned, these are people who really want to stay in the program and trying to stay legal and compliant and everything, and they've been at it for many years, like what was said. Maybe there's a way that we can take the fees that they've paid and use them for future fees or taxes, some method like that, to keep them in the program and to alleviate that cost that they, because the denial was overturned.
Supervisor Churdy.
Yeah, I just want to thank the executive office for bringing forward the fee hearing. I'm sure there are many county employees who are reluctant to ask for the fee increases because they're the ones interacting directly with the public that has to pay these fees, and they don't want to have to try to answer why the fees have gone up. Of course, the reason why the fees do go up, whether it's private sector or public sector, is costs go up. So I think it's most important that the fees go up on a regular basis so that there's not sticker shock. And I think that this policy is, sound because it hopes to avoid sticker shock when fees do go up. At least maybe not at first, but it will over time.
Supervisor McGordy.
I have a question specifically on the environmental health fees, if we can bring that up. And I'm looking at the well repair fee for $700, and I'm wondering what that entails and who pays it. So that seems like a lot of money if someone's pulling the pump out of their well, which I've done on several occasions. It's often not for very expensive repair. It might be for something as simple as switching out a foot valve. And I'm wondering what environmental health actually expects in terms of inspections and what's involved.
We have Ann Molgard, Director of Public Health online. Maybe she can answer that question. I do know that it is related to a time study that is a couple years old, and that was what was used to produce the fees for this particular fee hearing.
Chair Williams, if I may.
Please.
Thank you. The best person to answer that is not on the call right now, unfortunately, Supervisor McGordy, which would be Marlena Dooley. But I can get you the breakdown of why that number turned out that way. I would actually, if I could, recommend to you all that we skip environmental health until the more robust April review, just because we are missing a director and a manager within the environmental health program, and we certainly rely on our good relations with our public. We raised 170 fees last December. So it's not that we're letting them sit, but I would feel much more comfortable moving forward if we had a little bit more time and more staff hired to be able to do timely reviews. And so I would ask that you would postpone just the environmental health attachment 7 until the April 2023 review.
Any final questions before we close the hearing? Okay, the hearing's closed. Matter is now before the Board of Supervisors. Public comment is no longer permitted. Can I invite a motion? Supervisor Haschek.
Well, I had a question for Director Molgard. Is that, so you don't have some of these people in the key places for doing these jobs? Is that what you're saying? And so are these jobs being done?
Yes, Supervisor has checked. Some of these are open. As you know, the director and a manager have both left in the last couple of years, and a lot of environmental health was working on COVID for over 2 years. So they have experienced quite a push on their employees. Things are getting done. They're just not getting done as quickly as we would like them to. The staff that is there is working very hard and is maintaining good relations with our customers.
Supervisor McGordy.
This question is for Department Chair Mulgard. So I'm looking at this, and are the numbers that are in this are, I recognize that you may not be staffed up, but are these numbers that you have correctly calculated if this was a fee increase for right now?
Yes, we believe so.
Okay.
Chair Williams, I'll move the recommended action.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Roll call.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Chair Williams,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
and Supervisor McGordy.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item 4I, Ledge Platform. We don't have one this week. 4J, Supervisors Reports. Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, just like to briefly say that at this month's Sonoma Clean Power meeting, we had some more good news. The pass-through fee that we are forced to pay as customers of a community choice aggregate to PG&E is going down finally. And so because of that, Sonoma Clean Power's fees will be once again lower than PG&E. So the total bundled rate where PG&E is maintaining the power lines, Sonoma Clean Power is providing the power, total together, it'll be 5% below the same service if someone was getting their electricity from PG&E. So we're back to where we wanted to be, where we were prior to those fees being passed on to the PG&E or from PG&E, so that were so high for a couple of years there. So we're back to being 5% below PG&E's fees. So it's and of course we're 93% carbon-free power.
Supervisor Haschak.
Yes, Supervisor McGordy and I had a couple of our economic development ad hoc meetings, and we had a discussion about the Community Economic Resiliency Fund. Is that what is it fund or SURF? The SURF grant, and looking at, like Supervisor McGordy referred to earlier, looking at some of the challenges and also opportunities from that program. So it's 4 counties, Trinity, Del Norte, Humboldt, and Mendocino and Lake. So I guess there's 5. And so it's been interesting discussions, and we'll be moving forward with that. The $5 million was granted to this region, and so the Arcata Economic Development Corporation is going to be running the grant. They're the lead agency, and so it's just trying to make sure that Mendocino County is properly represented in that arena. And also with the wildlife exclusionary program, we're going to be bringing that forward on January 24th. So there's been some good discussions lately. It's working with an interim or acting ag commissioner and Rich Molinari from Animal Care Services, and so we're still working on it. Thank you.
All right, I think we're ready to, one more, Supervisor McGordy.
So just to add on to that, I think that our working with West Company and trying to come up with a economic development plan is pretty robust. I think that there's a lot of thought going into it. The part that's hard is that economic development takes years of effort, and you start by getting the conversation going. We're in the process of maybe having some sort of an advisory group that would be probably from outside of the county, run by West Company, to involve local businesses. So that's one of the things that's on the list. And also, as kind of a side activity, I represent Mendocino County by invitation to a meeting that was held in Eureka with our infrastructure development czar, former mayor of Los Angeles, Antonio Villaraigosa. And I was able to articulate some of the things that Mendocino County wants to do, and it's about infrastructure. And of course, infrastructure for us is our kind of crumbling roads and water development in particular, but also, as I mentioned earlier to Assemblyman Wood, our the development we want to do for blue economy of developing a pipe basically that brings seawater into the old Georgia Pacific property to kind of make it possible for us to have more aquaculture and other things here in the coast area. I talked about that. I talked about biofuels, which we have an amazing opportunity here in the North Coast of improving forest health and resiliency by converting those materials, thinnings from the forest, into green hydrogen and syngas and other things that would be able to be alternative fuel sources. So anyway, it was a very interesting meeting. He was a very affable person. We got to meet a lot of the people who are active in the SURF process in Humboldt County, including people from Cal Poly Humboldt, and it was well worth my time going and attending. Thank you.
Thank you for attending. And with that, I think we're ready to adjourn. Good meeting, everyone.